şeyi ortaya çıkaran, mesela ben aslında bu yazıyı, bu ilk sayfası yazdım. Londra'daki bir gelişmeye
my dear, so when we reach the point. Okay. I need to close the room. There will be music behind us, like in the past. I didn't want to surprise you.
So we
Testing audio for the live YouTube playing. YouTube streaming audio test 1. If you have already joined our live stream, thank you. We are
Yedek getirdim ben, fark etmez.
testing YouTube live stream audio. Testing YouTube live stream audio. let us know if you can hear us.
Oh, yeah, exactly. Distant cousin. A little shorter.
Okay.
Dengeli yani. Teller dengeli şu an. Evet. Dengesi iyi yani. Tamam, şey için merak ettim. Dengeli şu an. Tamam değil mi benim? Ben de iyi. Bir iyi. İyi güzel. 4-5 anladım. Tamam. Ben de iyi. Bir iyi. İyi güzel. 4-5 anladım. Tamam. Yok, aynı şey. Müziğin şeyin arkasında bir background yapıyoruz.
Metin.
4-5 anladım. Tamam. Yok, aynı şey. Müziğin şeyin arkasında bir background yapıyoruz.
Metin. Devin. How does it look? Okay. Testing Zoom and live stream through YouTube. Testing audio and video. I hope you see me. We will open the festival in 10 minutes or so. But again, we want to make sure that everyone interested can hear and watch us. We expect you to see the PowerPoint and maybe a small image of me on the side. Devin testing audio and video. And I believe, Terry, you already joined us. Okay. We cannot simultaneously talk and live stream that you are through YouTube. Testing audio and video. Thank you so much. I hope you see me. We will open the festival in 10 minutes or so. But again, we want to make sure that everyone interested can hear and watch us. We expect you to see the PowerPoint and maybe a small image of me on the side. Devin testing audio and video. And I believe, Terry, you already joined us. Okay. We cannot simultaneously talk and live stream that you are through YouTube. Testing audio and video. Thank you so much. I hope you see me. We will open the festival in 10 minutes or so. But again, we want to make sure that everyone interested can hear and watch us. We expect you to see the PowerPoint and maybe a small image of me on the side. Devin testing audio and video. And I believe, Terry, you already joined us. Okay. We cannot simultaneously talk and live stream that you are through YouTube. Testing audio and video. Thank you so much. I hope you see me. We will open the festival in 10 minutes or so. But again, we want to make sure that everyone interested can hear and watch us. We expect you to see the PowerPoint and maybe a small image of me on the side. Devin testing audio and video. And I believe, Terry, you already joined us. Okay. We cannot simultaneously talk and live stream that you are through YouTube. Testing audio and video. Thank you so much. I hope you see me. We will open the festival in 10 minutes or so. But again, we want to make sure that everyone interested can hear and watch us. We expect you to see the PowerPoint and maybe a small image of me on the side. Devin testing audio and video. And I believe, Terry, you already joined us. Okay. We cannot simultaneously talk and live stream that you are through YouTube. Testing audio and video. Thank you so much. I hope you see me. We will open the festival in 10 minutes or so. But again, we want to make sure that everyone interested can hear and watch us. We expect you to see the PowerPoint and maybe a small image of me on the side. Devin testing audio and video. And I believe, Terry, you already joined us. Okay. We cannot simultaneously talk and live stream that you are through YouTube.
Okay.
And video. I hope you see the festival in 10 minutes or so. But again, we want to make sure that everyone interested can hear and watch us. We expect you to see the PowerPoint and maybe a small image of me on the side. Devin testing audio and video. And I believe, Terry, you already joined us. Okay. We cannot simultaneously talk and live stream that you are through YouTube.
Okay.
And video. I hope you see the festival in 10 minutes or so. But again, we want to make sure that everyone interested can hear and watch us. We expect you to see the PowerPoint and maybe a small image of me. audio and video. On the side. Devin testing audio and video. On the side. Devin testing audio and video. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to our 12th festival. I'm so glad you are physically here in Cary, North Carolina. This year, we are trying something new. We have some poets joining us through Zoom. Also, we are live streaming this event through YouTube. We did share our YouTube link direct to the streaming on our Facebook page. So please share it with your friends, and it will always be available, not always, not the right term, it will be available after the festival to be watched again later on. By the way, my name is Buket Aydemir. I am one of the organizers of this festival from its origins. And as a tradition, we like to start our festival hearing Nazim. And this year, maybe you know about this poem, we picked Angina Pectoris again. We will hear it from his own voice in Turkish. You may want to take a second to read the English.
Angina pectoris. Yarısı buradaysa kalbimin, yarısı Çin'dedir doktor. Sarı nehre doğru akan ordunun içindedir. Sonra her şafak vakti doktor, her şafak vakti kalbim Yunanistan'da kurşuna diziliyor. Sonra bizim burada mahkumlar uykuya varıp revirden el ayak çekilince kalbim Çamlıca'da harap bir konaktadır her gece doktor. Sonra şu 10 yıldan bu yana benim fakir milletime ikram edebildiğim bir tek elmam var elimde doktor. Bir kırmızı elma kalbim. Ne arterioskleroz, ne nikotin, ne hapis. İşte bu yüzden doktorcuyum, bu yüzden bende bu angina pectoris. Bakıyorum geceye demirlerden ve iman tahtamın üstündeki baskıya rağmen kalbim en uzak yıldızla birlikte çarpıyor.
our competition process actually. Birgül Tuzlalı, Birgül, also we have been working together from the beginning, and heart and soul of the festival, keeping our communications active. Sometimes we cannot reach everywhere, but again, I am personally glad to be part of this team. Thank you so much. As passionate individuals, we cannot put this festival together without getting some support from our community, our organizations in the community. I would like to introduce you to Rabia Rana. She is our current president of American Turkish Association of North Carolina. Rabia.
Thank you so much, Advocate. Very good afternoon, dear Kerry Town Council members, Kerry Sister City President and members, Duke University Scholars, literary guests, ladies and gentlemen. It's a true pleasure to welcome you to the 12th Nazim Hikmet Poetry Festival. This event grew with encouragement from the community. We started to favor an open event which would draw on Nazim Hikmet's poetry and its ability to reach and influence other poets and grow into the poetry festival that would feature not only Nazim's transcending work, but also from other local talents. There's an enormous support behind this event, as Buget mentioned. I would like to thank festival committee members, volunteers, sponsors, Poetry Society, .org, Duke University Middle East Study Centers, and Kerry Sister Cities and Town of Kerry. I would like to remind another festival organized by American Turkish Association of North Carolina, which is Children's Day Festival, will be waiting for you in April the 23rd in Bond Park, Kerry. As at the NC, we are honored to engage with the Triangle community through culture, art, and literature. As Nazim said, to live like a tree alone and free, to live like a forest in brotherhood. Thank you very much, and enjoy your rest of the day. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Rabia. I would like to point out something, that we have reserved signs on some of the chairs. It's there so that you can move them around. If you want to, you can keep the seat next to you empty for social distancing. I just wanted to remind you that. And of course, this festival is in this beautiful location because of Town of Kerry's support. And I want to thank Jennifer Hacken personally, because she knows how stressful it gets right before the festivals, and we have to deal with each other's organizations, but at the end, hopefully, end result is something that we are all can be proud of. Jennifer, would you like to come in?
Thank you. Just want to welcome you all to the Page Walker Arts and History Center for the 12th Annual Festival. We're so pleased that after the 2-year hiatus, we're able to all join here again to celebrate poetry. And as you enjoy today's program, I want you to be mindful of and appreciate the artwork that we have around us today, courtesy of the Professional Art Quilters Alliance South. So these are all quilted fabric materials. And at the break or after the program, I invite you to head up to the second floor. We have a continuation of the show, some beautiful pieces up there as well. And I hope that everybody has a lovely time here at the Page Walker, and I'll see you back later for the reception.
Of course, other organizations and many sponsors are behind this event. This year, we would like to thank Duke University Middle East Studies Center and Duke University Department of Asian and Middle Eastern Studies for their support. We love to get more universities in the area involved in this festival. Our ideal is to have this festival as a gathering of both poets and members of the academy, so that we can have nice exchanges and productive discussions. Anyways, as Jennifer mentioned, we will have a reception at 6. If you are in North Carolina and watching us through YouTube, make your way to Cary, North Carolina. And if you are here, please do plan to stay for the reception. I would like to thank each and every one of them. We will start with North Carolina Poetry of Society, and Birgül, would you come and introduce them, please?
Well, I would like to welcome everyone personally again. It is our honor that we have North Carolina Poetry Society today with us. I would like to emphasize that when we started as volunteers to honor Nazim Hikmet by organizing a poetry festival, it was North Carolina Poetry Society gave their hands, and since then we have been walking shoulder to shoulder, and I cannot think in a better organization than being in a collaboration. With that, I would like to invite John Barowska, my dear friend, to talk about North Carolina Poetry Society.
Thank you, Birgül. We write alone. We seek community. We've learned that at no more so than in the past few years. Thank you to the organizers of this superb festival. I'm so grateful to be here again. The North Carolina Poetry Society, founded 90 years ago in 1932, and approximately 550 members strong, serves its diverse membership by offering opportunities to study the art and craft of writing poetry, to participate in contests, competitions, mentorships, and fellowships, and to enjoy a meaningful connection with working poets in North Carolina and outside our state. Membership gatherings feature readings, workshops, and an open mic, and are held 4 times yearly at the Weymouth Center for Arts in Southern Pines. Workshops across the state offer poets instruction and fellowship. For the past 2 years, without missing a beat, we've held our gatherings on Zoom. In fact, we canceled our March 2020 meeting, in-person meeting. Within a week, we had it on Zoom. I had never even heard of Zoom. We plan to return to Weymouth in September. The Poetry Society holds annual contests for adults and students with an awards presentation held each May and an anthology of the winning poems, Pine Song, free to all members. There's a big stack of Pine Songs out there at our table. Please feel free to take one, free. Each year, the North Carolina Poetry Society sponsors 2 book contests, the Lena Schull for an unpublished manuscript, with the award being publication, and the Brockman Campbell for a published book. The Randall Jarrell Poetry Contest is sponsored jointly with the North Carolina Writers Network. The Gilbert Chapel Distinguished Poets Series is a mentorship program in which distinguished poets from 3 North Carolina regions are matched with selected student and adult poets for a year of study. The Susan Lauder Myers Poetry Fellowship is a 1-week residency at Weymouth Center with stipend for a North or South Carolina poet. NCPS collaborates with many literary organizations across North Carolina, including Poetry in Plain Sight, the North Carolina Writers Network, Winston-Salem Writers, the High Road Festival, and the Nazim Hikmet Festival. Here we are. I mentioned Pine Song, the Contest Awards anthology. Now, this Pine Song, which I invited you to grab free, has writing from children as young as third graders. And these are the future poets of North Carolina. Pick one up. You'll be amazed. Members also received the monthly eMuse, an electronic newsletter full of news of upcoming poetry events like this one. Pine Whispers is the print newsletter, published 3 times a year and mailed to members. In these 2 publications, every effort is made to connect poets statewide to opportunities in their communities. The NCPS Facebook page is an outgrowth of this effort at outreach. Members can post their own events and publications and keep up with news. ncpoetrysociety.org is the website where you can learn everything you didn't take in just now, and much more. Here you can find links to contest guidelines, the schedule for the next meeting, a link to the latest eMuse, and most importantly, a link to the membership page. Please pick up a brochure at the table. And now, what you've all been waiting for, I'll introduce the first winning poet. Joyce Compton Brown is the author of 2 chapbooks, Bequest and Singing with Jared Edges, as well as Standing on the Outcrop from Red Hawk Publications. She has published poetry, prose, and art. A Pushcart nominee, she wins or places in an occasional contest and has published in numerous journals. After earning degrees from Appalachian State University and the University of Southern Mississippi, she taught at Gardner-Webb University for a number of years, using summer opportunities for further study in Appalachian culture, roots music, and poetry at Berea College, Hinman Institute, and Appalachian State University. She loves the history carried in music of the commonplace and spends time sketching mostly the old and decrepit. A current major focus is the interconnectedness between ancient cultures and our own times. She lives in Troutman, North Carolina, with her husband and cat. Joyce?
Thank you, Joan. What an honor to get to be here among such lovers of poetry and across cultures. I don't think I'm what you've all been waiting for, but I'll agree with the part about the ancient structures. I am. I want to read my poem, which is about a family legend. I think across cultures and language, we have our stories of our own family tragedies that haunt us. My poem is called Elegy for Joe. He'd come down to borrow shells again for that old gun they'd passed from farm to farm. She'd given them freely, adjuvant to schoolboy plot. He'd laughed, towed the dirt, shook sun-fared hair, walked on up to play at being child. Not farmer's boy, born to hoe and seed his years away in hard-packed clay. Close-tied brothers, yoked by birth and soil, ruled by stern, dark faces, duty-locked. They'd steal some time to hide from father's brow. They'd find themselves a secret day of youth, puff fake tobacco out from family eyes. Cross the field behind the rock, beside the favored tree, where boy tomped ground had marked their only ownership of self. How could she have known to tell him, no, I'll save your life, young Joe. Stay with me. Don't walk up that rain-red road. Don't pause to laugh and lean on sycamore. Don't prop that joint loose gun against its trunk. Don't lay such sorrow at your brother's feet. Go home, slop the hogs, build chicken coops. But boys will play at Chance's Ferry Field. They'll puff up and blow on rabbit weed, and then they'll practice bad boy jokes and stoic sneers. Their shotguns talisman of work-free worlds, one shift of leather sole against wet bark, farm boy flesh flashes into myth. Brother's throat wrench scream against the blood rings forth the patriotic passion he'll be praised for soon. A boy whose skill was aimed toward squirrels and hares for Sunday feast. Legends grow of sweet Joe's dying words. Don't leave my sisters like you left me. Show you love them like you never showed me. Shades of Christ in pleas of blood-soaked boy, free and cleansed from sins of boyhood pranks. Guilt stain piercing the ant who had handed the shells, taunting the farmer who had lent the ancient gun, absorbed in family farms, tasted through years of kin who heard of martyred Joe, his smile, his death. It burns still, flowing in the blood of family veins, the iron red taste unstopped, unthwarted, unchecked. Thank you. I want to read just a couple of mountain poems. Not everything I write is quite so gloomy. I love the mountains. I love the mountain people of the Blue Ridge. This one is called Lulabelle Sings at the Franklin Reunion. Lulabelle sings Amazing Grace without Scotty's harmony to soften the sound and without his rhythm guitar to hold it steady. So she sings slow and loud with jarred edges, like rusty cast iron without the oil of kitchen comfort, like strong rusted bells out in the pasture, singing and singing to the bending grass. And one more, and I'll end with this. It's a mountain woman's philosophy of life. I think Nazim Hikmet would agree. What Pearl knows. The corn will be coming in soon. You need to come get you some. It'll be coming in the last of the month. That bear was eating out of the dog's bowl here a couple of weeks ago. He just looked at me and kept on eating. I thought about telling Virgil to come over here and shoot it, but he wasn't doing any harm. Everything needs to eat. There was a little turtle eat out of it yesterday. I just let it alone. Thank you.
Thank you, Joyce. Susan Alf, Susan Alf of Cary has worked in independent bookstores for nearly 30 years, the last 20-some at Quail Ridge Books in Raleigh. She has been published in Wraparound South, Flying South, and Pine Song. Her work was displayed in the 2021 North Carolina Poetry in Plain Sight Public Art Project, and her poem, Piecework, won the North Carolina Poetry Society's Poet Laureate Award for 2021, which brings her here.
Hello. It's an honor. My poem is Piecework. You live with me 1 week, with your dad the next. It is Wednesday morning in the hour between trespass and first light, when we shoulder the carrier bags filled with flyers, the weekly ad pack, mastheads bold in plastic sleeves, and walk your first job once again. When you're not here, I walk the route to hold your place. On your return, I walk with you. Sometimes we are called to hang a small offering, a tea bag, hand lotion, a sample box of cereal upon each doorknob. Once it was a roll of toilet paper sized for a doll. This day we keep our distance and skim our lesser news across each porch. How do I feel when you're not here? The high, hot ache of it without. I keep to the paths you cut across the grass. I pause at a vacancy in the dark. A tall mast looms. The shadow deep as divorce becomes a pine, its scent locked in the chill. You dash on past the spider bush house. Each Friday back, you rebuild the world. Yard sales, jobs from home, rooms to let, a few pennies for each paper thrown. We are in the rhythm of the route. You are in sight. When you're not here, I see you still. Our job this day is done. The world's too much to ask of you. The carrier bag ballast enough. I must not ask for more. What little is this to offer you? A needle from a longleaf pine, the way the dawn resolves from ink-smudged gray to blue, this patchwork life. Fold and bag, aim and release, each Wednesday's task mends our weeks together, this breaking news. I have two other poems I'd like to read. Thank you. The next poem is called Dysthymia, and that's a persistent depressive disorder. So here it is. Dysthymia. Is it best in times of drought to remember water? To let the small rain come applauding down the pane, or cause our car to hit the fire hydrant again, that splurge and fountain, to cup all summer on its brim, boathouse, snack bar, dock and cabin? Or does the thought of water make the throat close thicker on the unspoken? Do nails loosen their grip sooner on beam and brace? No source to swell the wood and hold them? Less and loss, the ground won't give. The surge flows wide and deeper, and story moves the tide's mark ever higher. For reasons I cannot fathom, remember water. This last poem is the one that was in Poetry in Plain Sight, so it's short. Grackles. They bring their weather with them, these blackbirds. Complaints come first, a front of gripes and scolding, grackles crowing, giving voice to all manner of discontent. Shadows, they are flung to fill the bare, half-bare branches overhead. A light, they quiet, they could pass for leaves and lie in wait, half sleeping, when some unheard signal shakes them free. The trees erupt in cause and feather. Their passage beats the air. The day draws cooler, darkens a degree. Still, they take their weather with them when they go. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We are so lucky here in North Carolina to have our poetry society so active and full of wonderful poets like you all. Thank you. Thank you for being here. Of course, I forgot to mention a couple of things when I started. First of all, we want to thank Richard Kravik. Richard, it is your input to our program, structuring this program is very valuable, but not only that. To me personally, it's such a joy to brainstorm with you and hear your feedback. Thank you. I will make sure he watches this part. Okay, the other thing is I want to mention the outline of the program for our online audience. We do have the program posted on our websites under the program tab. But next hour, we will focus on our poetry competition winners. We will hear them. Actually, they all joining us either through video, actively here, or through Zoom. We will hear them read their own poetry. Then we will move on to Turkish poetry section that's starting around 2:30. Now, if I were you, I will keep paying attention because we have an excellent speaker here today, Efe Murad, and I'm sure his speech will be interesting to all audiences, not just the poetry lovers, but to everyone. Then we will have a break. Around 4, we will start celebrating Kawafi, our poet of the year. We will start with lovely Greek music. Again, personal request, if you know how to do Greek dances, let's try it. David Lew's speech will follow that. Poetry Around the World presented by Kerry's Sisters will be very interesting. It has been over the years. And our poetry spotlight we are honored to have Eduardo Corral and his MFA poets with us today. Towards the end of our program at 6 p.m. we are planning to conclude the program. Again, I wanted to give this outline for our online audience. Seems like it's growing right now. So thank you all for being here. Let me invite Mehmet to move to the poetry competition.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's so nice to be here after 2 years. I want to start with a just brief intro on the competition. As you know, we started in 2009. It was a very small competition. Submissions came just from the local poets, RTP poets mainly. But over the years, submissions from other states continue to increase steadily. And I believe the competition is on its way to becoming one of the major competitions in US. The bittersweet fact is we have fewer winners from North Carolina. This year we have only one. All of our winners are coming from other states. So the success of the poetry competition really relies on people contributing to the competition in many ways, including serving as judges. So we had some very important poets of national stature who helped us over the years, including our dear Kay Beyer, Jackie Shelton Green, Joe Donahue, who teaches at Duke, Dorian Lux, and John Balaban, who taught at NC State MFA program, and of course our very own Richard Kraviek and Arda Göknar. So the competition requires each poet to submit 3 poems. And with the number of submissions we are getting now, our judges have to read over 1,000 poems, which is a huge task. So we do this in 2 rounds. We have the preliminary judges. This year, our preliminary judges were Peter Blair, Bernard Ferguson, Louis Mary Harrod, John Hoppentailor, Maria Rupale, Martin Settle, and Dima Shehabi. Many of these actually are our former winners. So once they win, they are part of the community and help us with the competition. We try to change our final judges every year, maybe not all of them, but many of them. So this year we had 4 judges. I'm gonna give you a few tidbits about them. Kemi Alabi, them, is the author of Against Heaven, selected by Claudia Rankin for the 2021 Academy of American Poets First Book Award. She's from Chicago. She has other publications, but in the interest of time, I will let you read. Hala Alyan is a Palestinian-American writer and clinical psychologist whose work has appeared in many publications, including New York Times, Poetry, and Guernica. Her poetry collections have won the Arab American Book Award and the Crab Orchard series. She joins us from New York. Alice Terry is joining us from Washington's Olympic Peninsula. She's the author of 5 volumes of poetry. Most recent publication is Hunger. An interesting fact about Alice Terry is that Raymond Carver chose her first poetry manuscript, Stages of Twilight, for the King County Arts Prize. Our final judge is Heather June Gibbons, and she's from San Francisco, is the author of the poetry collection Her Mouth as Souvenir, winner of the Aga Shahid Ali Poetry Prize. This was from University of Utah Press. Her poems regularly appear in a variety of publications, including Boston Review, Gulf Coast, Indiana Review, and others. Hey, so with that, I think we can go to our first winner, Alan Michael Parker, who is one of our honorable mention winners. He's here. Alan. Let me just say a few words about Alan. I'm looking at it. Alan is a man of many talents. He's a cartoonist, novelist, and poet. He has 9 collections of poetry. He has won many awards, including 3 Pushcart Prizes, 2 selections in Best American Poetry. I'm not going to read all of these. There are so many awards, one after another. He's a professor of English at Davidson College.
Hello. I'm just going to read my bio, if that's okay. It is truly an honor. I don't think I've read at a festival celebrating one of my own favorite poets. So that's been already when the invitation came. I spent 2 years debating because of COVID, and then I came. But I'm thrilled. I teach Hikmet I've taught Hikmet for many, many years. The heartbreak, the ferocity, the love, those amazing wry turns at the ends of his lines. I'm a complete fanboy. So really thrilled to be part of the competition, to have placed honorably. I'm going to read 3 poems. These are all in this terrific book. The artist was here. I love the cover. Thank you. When the moon was a boy. In the morning at the farmer's market, the pears shone on the canted table, an image from the same dream the moon kept having and couldn't explain. He only had a nickel, enough for 2 pears. And he wanted to give the sun a pear. And he wanted to give the wind a pear. And he wanted to give the rain a pear. And the ocean needed a pear. So the moon climbed the roof of the world too high. He was only a boy. And when he couldn't decide, he ate both pears. There's so much need, said the boy, looking down on us. Pear juice dripping from his chin forever. Egypt, North Carolina. Let us pray for the animals in my menagerie, that they live another year. For the wild, unhappy refrigerator, ice and unsolicited opinion. For the beatific oven. For the sulky teen toaster, full of surprises, never on time. For the sultry coffee pot, my favorite with its secret dream of sex. For the window with its politics, us and them. Soon it will be my time. I'll take out the trash, ill-fated as any pharaoh, and stand myself in the can. This last poem is called Independent Survey. Press 3 now. Press *9 now. At any time in this survey, press 4. If you want a really good sandwich, press 7. Press 2 for tuna. If you were to have dinner with anyone, why not me? If you were a different person and I were a different person, who would have been my mom? Can you feel love without your body? To picture yourself having a cool cocktail with a new friend, press 3, 1. If stanza 8 of every scripture were the secret answer, why didn't the Buddha say so? Press 6 and then press the pound sign for maybe he did. Press 9 for a prize. If longing is enough, press 2, 2, 3 for I'm over here. Press 2 again, and then press 4. Keep pressing 7. Press 8, 2, 8, 5 for I remember you. I would love to reconnect. What have you been doing? To access your childhood now, press 3, 1. To eliminate every single invisible negativity wave in the galaxy, press 3, 1. Press 3, 1 to call this survey taker's X. To return to living in the present, press 3, 1. Press 3, 1 to sign up for consciousness beyond technology. Press 4 to live a different way.
Thank you, Alan. Wonderful poetry. Our second honorable mention goes to Heather Green. She published a first poetry collection, No Other Rome, recently in 2021. She translates Tristan Tzara's poems, and she published 2 collections of her poetry. She's an assistant professor in the School of Arts at George Mason University.
Hi, first of all, I just wanted to say thank you so much for and it's really an honor. I'm a big admirer of Hikmet's poetry, and I wish I could be there with all of you today, celebrating his work and the work of Kafafi. I'm going to read a couple of my poems that have recently been published in Hazret. A series of holes connected by string. And I'll just preface this by saying that that is a possibly apocryphal definition from Samuel Johnson for a net, and also this is a response to Yayoi Kusama Infinity Room. A series of holes connected by string. A net, according to Samuel Johnson. A series of holes connected by string. The net of Indra, faceted with jewels, glittering web infinitely reflecting itself and everything else. History told by the victors, the story itself a spoil. Yet the past is not a place. You can't go home again, my dad so often said. He seemed to know home as a time. He had been there in mine. I've never yet let go of him or you because you both were there. Your childhood, mine, epic, light-drenched vacation, the underwater world bright, coral reefs infinite, and like everything else, I often made it hard. But the water reminded me I was no one, born in the year of the dog, underneath a Sagittarius star. I'm still a loyal wanderer, but oblivion gets in. Once I love, it means ruin. And now I scatter back into the present, bright, fatherless regression of offset mirrors, funny valentines, photographable, gem-like farewell lanterns cast out onto the internet, obliterated into pixels, disseminated in liquid crystal before our bodies spoil. I barely remember the islands, the holes, a world now come to fire and ice. And then this next poem is called, If Anything is Everlasting, It Can Only Be One Thing. And I was kind of just meditating a bit on the word last and the way it can mean to make something continue, or last longer, and also last like it's the last one. So if anything is everlasting, it can only be one thing. Early on, learned from Prince, parties weren't meant to. But there is that present continuous, meant to last. We party, keep going. He was the last love on the last island, in the last channel-blasted reef. The saddest words, the last time, the last great auk. Please last. My dad's last days, freezing and bearded in a hospice, the last rasping breaths. He used to say, second is just the first person to finish last, or something like that. From day to the last syllable of recorded time. Some say grief is the last way you get to love someone, but in truth, the dead become your close companions, even in joy. Will anybody see the last flowering of the last naked sea anemone? I can't undo what I've already done. I'd go back in a flash. Trees sprinting up the hill in search of cooler climb will last a little longer, but the hill is a cone with very little space up top and only so high. And that last part of the poem is kind of a response to this notion of trees reacclimating to a different climate as they move up the hill from the book, The Sixth Extinction, which I was also reading when I wrote this. So the last poem I'm going to read is called Roam with Child. And all of these are from my recent book, No Other Rome, which include a lot of poems about like architecture and the experience of being in Rome. I have run toward the shrinking light of the future, ignoring whirlwinds and waves. I bore a child into this light, an act of hubris, stupidity, or selfishness, followed by untold tenderness. tenderness. It slowed me down. Then I moved from the new world to the old, where the many pasts pile up roadside, covered in green things growing. At night, I nurse her while by iPhone light I read about the stones, the salvaged columns, and the emperors, Augustus, Nero, Constantine, and Hannibal, his elephants approaching warlike from the north, another particular end of a world. Or secret churches inside houses back when Christianity was a subversive force. I wander the churches, watching Mary, in each image, hold her glowing child. In some, she makes a gesture with her hand to indicate she speaks. She teaches, she can read and preach. My daughter points to baby angels in the paintings and the friezes on the walls. She points out baby Jesus in each creche, and I realize, me agnostic, this sanctification of procreation, the story of a babe announced, arrived, and glorified is ours. We're born, we grow, we bear humiliation and betrayal, and we die, and our mothers watch some portion of these lives. In our minds, they glow. We are haloed. I'm surprised when I find I'm in the family way again, here among stone pines and olive trees from long ago. I start again. My body swells and breaks, my mind a dry rubble waiting for a rain of sleep. I had been moving forward with my girl, her growing up, and now we slide into a new type of time, walking to the doctor on cobblestones between two ancient walls. I narrow my scope to try to see one smile, to hear one funny word from the girl, to try to believe in a continuity of things, not only a forward motion. The cats, of course, cover all these ruins, each colony distinct, camped for generations in one monument or field, come rain or shine. Thank you.
Okay, do we have Jerry online? This winner, she will be joining us online, actually. Jerry, I'm not going to be able to read this last name. Thorough is my guess.
Terrio.
Okay, correct. Okay. She has two collections of poetry, Rados My Red and the award-winning in the Museum of Surrender. She publishes regularly in a variety of journals. She's a Fulbright recipient, three-time Pushcart nominee, and she won the 2019 Maine Literary Award for Poetry. It's great to have you, Jerry.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm sorry that I couldn't be there in person. It sounds like a wonderful room full of warmth and support. I'm very grateful to have placed in this contest among so many wonderful poets. And so I'm going to read my three poems now. I hope the volume is okay. For me, the volume is a little low. So the first poem I'll read is called Coco Chanel Shares Her Philosophy of Hunger. More than shouting or sex, more than moan, and always more than silence, the hurt mouth seals wounds and mourns a self swallowed once by whalebone and bleed. I know your hunger like Scylla's, too big for one mouth, tongue close, place of pout, and no, muttered moot, or yes, buying time,
Take carmine or pale incognito, blazing brick, clove, or cerise, each tint a wild mix of cogito ergo. This sum, radiance plus rose magenta equals money in the bank equals queen stint and the skip dips deep snick of your lipstick case. Sleek purse, click flats, and your sway hip slacks in rose bisque, lifted chin and lips, some ruddy shade of mask. The second poem is on washing my mother's clothes after her funeral. I want the old dresses, pinstripes and pink gingham, shirtwaists like Donna Reed wore on TV, the ones my mother washed on laundry day and hung with work clothes and sheets on 6 lines stretched between poles in the backyard, where we played hide and seek among the drying laundry, where dresses must have flapped, breeze lifted like her cigarette smoke, where we ran through alleys of bleach and shadow, then carried all that light into the house to nestle in sheet scratch and sunshine, as though Donna Reed herself was in the next room. I want to touch those still warm dresses. I want my mother, even as she was back then, so lonely she'd drink beer until we came home from school to unmade beds and rage. I want more of her as the laundromat tumbles now, white noise and plate glass. You can't always get what you want on the playlist. My mother's polyester slacks and cotton blouses spin. And damn it, I want those airy dresses I'm almost surely inventing, like the China shepherdess with the pink skirt she kept on the kitchen shelf, the one she always said she'd pass on to me. And the third poem is Self-Portrait in 4 parts. The bathroom mirror turbines self-doubt and crowds us, me, my mother, and my 14-year-old self, who kneels to find the lost contact lens mother bought at cost from her optometrist boss in 1965. My vision, she thought, curtailed by too much reading. Her vision, a post-war pinup version of pretty, lip held like pebble or penny, her mouth made small and tight. Urged by magazines and the man who yelled from his car, "Lose the glasses, baby," I swallowed pretty, glad to be rid of the cat's eye frames worn since the trees and line and blackboard became clear in 7th grade. When I put the hard plastic lenses in my eyes for the first time, I crossed further into the country I had entered when blood stained my skirt, as if my body bursting at its seams was trying to warn me, run, it's not too late. I bought my daughter contacts after she threw her glasses behind home plate with her catcher's mask and snagged a straight up foul ball to cinch the team's win. Now she crowds into the bathroom mirror with the rest of me. As I plan the gray skirt and cobalt sweater for today's meeting, dreaming vacation and flip-flops. For a moment, I envy my girl self for youth and my daughter all the sweaty ways she has learned to use her body. I draw my lips and my mother's lips. Scarlet slashes make our mouth big and messy for shouting, for calling the shots, big enough to swallow oceans and moons, whatever the hell we want. Thank you.
Does the audience have any questions for Jerry? Yeah, Jerry, how did you hear about the competition?
Oh, probably in Poets and Writers or something like that. I'm not sure. I had entered the previous year and didn't place. So I knew about it.
It's great to have you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Okay, our second prize winner is David Allen Sullivan. From Santa Cruz, California. Actually, David is the poet laureate of the Santa Cruz County, California. He has 4 books published already. He won the Mary Ballard Chapbook Poetry Prize for Take Wing, and many other awards. David is teaching at Cabrillo College. There he edits the Porter Gulch Review with his students and lives in Santa Cruz.
This is David Allen Sullivan. I'm going to be reading 3 poems that were on second place in the context. They're from my new book of poetry called Black Butterflies Over Baghdad, published by Word Works Books. The first poem is Interrogation, Baghdad. Why have you hidden the man's face? The paintings of the horse, not the man. Why is his cuff frayed? Does he represent the poor? He's a farmer. He is poor. Why did you paint the horse with nostrils flared? Horses widen their nostrils when smelling. Why is its teeth bared? It's lipping up the fig from the man's hand. Why does the horse's cheek strain? Its muscles are working, extending around the brown fist of the fig. You've shown the ribs of its chest. Yes, a horse has ribs. Its eye seems crazed. Crazed is in the eye of the beholder. But it looks out of the canvas at us. While I painted, the horse noticed me. Then you admit it's about duplicity. It's about a horse, a fig, a man. You've left out the artist. I try not to be in my work. So you admit you're in hiding. I admit it's a painting. Do not leave the country in case you're wanted for further inquiry. Then do not take the country from me. What was that? Or the horse, or the man. Do you want to go hungry? I want to grow kinder. Mortar strike, Suleimania, a place that's famous for its honey. Across the field, the beekeeper strides with the metal sheet to lay over the mortar-round wrecked hive, snuff out oxygen. They rise, thundering against the thing that would save them. He hears them pinging on the underside, suffocating out lives to save lives. Honey rivers at his feet. The square of metal turns too hot to hold. Fire made them angry. Smoke makes them lazy. The militia can't retract the fire they rain down, can't tamp down what mortar rounds ignited, miles off the intended target. And apologies only attract arrows of blame. Bees on fire smoke the air, etching gray lines like tracer rounds. They reel near their hive, crawl its blown off burning lid, probe the sweet reek of burnt honey. They spin away and back, not knowing whom to attack or what to save. Crisped bodies dot the ground like burnt popcorn. He talks down the frenzied, sees sleepy bees ride his netted face. There's the queen, centered on the mesh, her abdomen throbbing. They destroyed the hive, but couldn't kill what lived in it, lives still. When he lifts her off, she falls into the cup of his hands. He's a rescue worker whose charge causes onlookers to swarm. Now the bees are buzzing and crawling all over him. The swarmed human form walks slow towards the down juglin tree's cavity. He'll pour them in so they'll be out of harm's way. And the last poem, only a metaphor. The ocean's thrown up desiccated kelp strands on this beach. Must be the weight that made retreating waters lay them out side by side like this. All their float bladders crowded at one end, crowned by hair-like strands that once held fronds aloft to catch sunlight, cutting waves. Blank-faced, swollen holdfasts resemble doll heads. Brown kelp blades are undone dresses, the tangle of them, as if children were thrown helter-skelter into this sandy ditch. ISIS slaughter of girls they took on as sex workers. When they were done, they put them down like this, not even covering their crimes. Now the tide's reversing, pulling these tossed doll things back to sea. Move along, I tell myself. Nothing here concerns you. The ocean's big enough, it can erase almost anything. Thank you, and thank you for choosing my poems for the contest.
Laurel Faye, is a queer Iraqi American poet from Atlanta. She's currently an MFA candidate with the New Writers Project at the University of Texas at Austin in poetry. She was listed as a finalist in the Atlanta Review's International Poetry Competition, as well as Agnes Scott College's Writers Festival. So we have her on the video, right?
First date as history lesson. But how can you be homesick? Weren't you born here? Won't you stay? Yes, I know, but I remember the way the adhan sang from the walls of the city, how my grandfather carried a bullet in his pocket the TSA couldn't find, that every Friday, instead of prayer, I now go to the river and give it a name I can no longer pronounce. I think if you gave me enough time, I could reconstruct a life that is collective, stand on either bank of a ruined city and pick apart the wounds in my family's history until at last, we can all agree on the words before and after. I try to learn my own name, contort my mouth, hold the shape of bodies bowed towards dawn. I don't tell you how God is a wound in my throat, how even now my tongue is oil slick, coated in essence of orange blossoms, Quranic verse, language grown forgotten between my teeth, that your tongue, the sudden dart, demands a yielding. I would tell you, past this mandate, that on any map I can trace an exodus, that my last name is a euphemism for missing, how the first time I made love to a man, I became a dispute of borders, a body no longer a body, but a study in colonization. Forget the courting. Won't you take me home now? Lay me down by the waters and know me until at least I'll have shed some blood in honor of home, a sacrifice for disappointing my mother and my grandmother and all the girls inside me who can't remember that we are, after all, from an Iraq that no longer exists. in which Ophelia refuses. She dreamt she had cut off her breasts, not content to wait before her skin split, gave up its memories of darker hands, rougher hands. The body, full of comparisons, forgives her need, agrees with a sudden lightness. Her own voice, hollow in her ear, sings reduce, reduce, begs, and the only way it knows how, for removal, an unmaking of flesh. The hands suspended mourn the ache they recognize. It is better, her body says, reminds her that the dark wounds of her chest have already forgotten the parting. Look, it whispers, at how absent we are, how utterly stripped of desire. Zagarit as Ars Poetica. The women in my family offer their mouths as a vessel for absence. For a moment, we are an exhalation, collective memory. We are how we out our grief, our joy, the God in our bones. Consider the woman in me, my wailing, the soft violence, small violence of being woman, born and lost. I think when Darwish says, if the olive trees knew the hands that planted them, their oil would become tears, he meant that my words are synonymous with home, an attempt at recollection. Iraq is still a memory. The half-eaten date, the palm frond of my fingers, that dark river, it's calling, and I don't say that my grandmother left her country, but that her country abandoned her. That my mouth wants a bridge, grasps at words, their meanings. I forget when Al-Arabiya stopped being the language I dreamt in and became one I fought to remember. How to speak to my people, their own throats, mouths wide and mourning separation. How they honor this first knowing. My words as tongue and hands reaching for our renewal.
Round of applause for to all our winners.
Well, this was wonderful. Maybe you saw me walking around. I did listen to all the videos ahead of time, so I was lucky to enjoy them before you did. We are moving on to Turkish poetry, but before that, I want to mention that it's such a joy to meet poets as a result of this competition, and it's always interesting to hear their stories about Nazim Hikmet. Some of them just hear about Nazim Hikmet because of the competition, and some of them have known him for a while and admire of his poetry. So I want to share a video that one of our winners this year shared with us.
I just wanted to add one more piece, something I translated from Tristan Tzara's writing this morning. I first discovered Hikmet's work through Tristan Tzara's writings. They were friends, and Tristan Tzara advocated for Hikmet when he was in prison, and he published this in Les Lettres Françaises in June 1963, just after Hikmet's death and just before his own death. It's called Nazim Hikmet, Poet Fraternel. To Nazim's friends, the death of the poet appears in an unbearable light. For a long time, we have understood the valor of this man for whom every word served to glorify the beauty of life. Nazim's poetry is made of the presence of life, of the belief in this continuity which, transmitted from person to person, has the clarity of eternity. But when death comes and strikes so close to our hearts that we can perceive its irreversible design, when it cuts down a loved one, a tree in full spring leaf, can we escape the insistent image of the singularity of his life, the one who lavished love and hope, who had a unique face, a particular gait, a precise way of reacting, of expressing anger or delight, of laughing? If death is capable at every moment, through its arbitrary, absurd, idiotic blows, of bringing to light the importance of life and its unlimited power of creation, if death, although in its negative form, still belongs to life, nothing can compensate for the definitive absence of a loved one. Will the current and provisional rulers of his country of origin be able to free themselves from the bad conscience and the death of this great poet should arouse in them? There's no doubt that the wounds that marked Nazim during his long stay in Bruce prison will eventually turn into a kind of national wound, into a pain that carries in its depth the seeds of that future his poetry prefigured. These are the very words of the Turkish people that Nazim had drawn from authentic and delicious sources, and that is why they touch all of us. Thank you.
This was wonderful. Now I want to thank someone. You know, we had some audio problems and all that. It's nothing compared to what would have had if I was handling all that. So let's all thank Devon Spal. I Googled and watched so many YouTube videos on hybrid meetings and Zoom and all that, but what we have, believe it or not, is more complex than standard things. We have pre-recorded videos, Zoom participants, and live audience. So far so good, guys. Okay, now we all love poetry, but it's always nice to have a change, maybe include some music, and we are delighted, truly delighted that Engin Murat Reis and Özgür Özkurt agreed to come here just for 5 minutes to share their talent with us. And let me invite them to the stage, along with Birgül and Richard.
İlerleyen aydınlığın içindeyim. Ellerim iştahlı. Dünya güzel. Gözlerim doyamıyor ağaçlara. Ağaçlar öyle ümitli, öyle yeşil.
I stand in the advancing light, my hands hungry, the world beautiful. My eyes can't get enough of the trees. They're so hopeful, so green.
inişli bir yol gidiyor tutukların arkasından. Mahpushane revirinde penceredeyim. Duymuyorum ilaçların kokusunu. Bir yerlerde karanfiller açmış olacak.
A sunny road runs through the mulberries. I'm at the window of the prison infirmary. I can't smell the medicines. Carnations must be blooming.
İşte böyle Laz İsmail. Mesele esir düşmekte değil. Teslim olmamakta bütün mesele.
It's this way, Laz Ismail. Being captured is beside the point. The point is not to surrender.
Once again, let's thank Engin and Özgür. They sometimes have keep an eye on the events at the American Turkish Association's Turkish House. It's in Cary, North Carolina, and sometimes they have nice concerts there. This was a nice transition into our translation projects over the years as Nazim Hikmet Poetry Festival. Let's move on to the next slide. Yeah, from the first day that the festival became an idea, we had the intent of contributing to rising poets, but also introducing English-speaking audience to Turkish poetry. Of course, part of that is adding new translations of the Turkish poetry to the English language. We had several attempts. I like to talk about that, but I'm gonna try to be short. One day I got a call from Nazim Hikmet. His mother, this is our initial meeting with him. His mother had passed away, and his mother was a poet actually. We can see that on the next slide. He wanted to put together a prize, poetry translation prize to honor his mother, and he wanted us to organize that, facilitate that. And we happily took that challenge, maybe without realizing how challenging it was. We did that. Nazim Hikmet passed away too. I'm getting emotional here. I truly loved him. He had great ideas, but he had every other characteristic of what a gentleman you can imagine to be. Great listener, considerate, understanding. We hope to continue these translation projects to honor his memory. But again, we are so lucky that we got to work with him. In 2014, as a result of those efforts, we did have a competition, and Sidney Wade and Efe Murat's translation of Melih Cevdet Anday won the award. And I have the book here. I'm not going to run over there. I will show it to you later. By the way, we have books here too that you can.
Ses hiç mi gelmiyor? İşte şey yok. Tak, kulaklığını takacaksın.
Efe Murat here today.
Bir bakalım da sen farklı yere mi acaba sokuyorsun sen?
Zaten başka yer yok.
Tamam.
So again, we are so glad that we were able to be part of this excellent work. Do you remember him? Birgül, do you want to add anything? I just would like to say that he's always in our heart. in our minds. Because of him, we had the encouragement to
Öyle istemiyorsun sen.
bring the Turkish poetry into the
Nasıl? Full screen istiyorsun. Şimdi bir şey anlatıyorlar. Efe Murat. Tamam ama hiç ses yok.
that's all I want to say. He is in heart.
Well, with that, let's move on to our Turkish poetry in translation section. And let me invite Didem here.
Hello, good afternoon. So I'm new in the team. I was invited to help curate the Turkish poetry in translation. And I happen to work with poets, and I'm interested in gender and I did was expecting some Turkish women poets into the picture. And this time, contemporary Turkish women poets. And you'll see there are 5 of them. And we're going to read, actually, we're so lucky that most of them send their videos reading their own poems in Turkish. And after that, we're going to read them in English. Erdal Beknar, Efe Murat, and myself is going to read them in English. So, of course, this is just a tidbit. This is just a taste of the contemporary Turkish women poets. It's just an interesting piece, like each of them. And they happen to know each other as well. I believe it's a sign of the spirit of the women's poets that they support each other, they know each other. At least the first 4 of them, they collaborate, they work together. They are the founder of an open access online poetry magazine called Moro. And you can actually follow them there. So
Kapanıyoruz progress.
probably the lineup is starting with Ece Eldek. And so I'm going to start with saying a few things about each poet and the translator. And then we're going to watch the video and then do translations. So Ece Eldek was born in 1984 and she lives and works in Istanbul, Turkey. She's a multidisciplinary visual artist and poet, and she has multiple numerous publications, and you can follow her biography here. And her poem is called Yoket. It's translated by Efe Murat here, and Efe also recorded his translation in video, so we're going to watch him too. I'm not going to say anything about Efe right now. I'm going to talk. Let's start seeing the video.
Good afternoon. I am Ece Eldek from Istanbul. Before reading my poem, I would like to thank the organizing committee of the Nazim Hikmet Poetry Festival. And I would also like to thank Efe Murat for translating my poem into English. Here is my poem. Yok et. Et hafızası bu. Sadece diğer bir gün içinde. Az. Çok az. Kıyım zamanı. Dev. El. Et. Parçalandı. Bir gün var. Ertesi gün. Dişlerin sıkı mı? Güçlü müsün? Dayanmaz bir gün daha. Et. Taze yok. Yok et. Yok et. Yok et.
Senin gözün.
Annihilate. A poem by Ece Eldek.
Ses geliyor şimdi.
Meet memory.
Geliyor Ayşe.
Memory meet. This is only into the other day. Little by little, very little. The next day. Govern meet. Torn apart, only one day left the next day. Through gritted teeth, feeling husky and heroic. Can't wait another day, the next day meat. No fresh, no flesh. Annihilate meat, just ate it.
Merhaba, Nazım Hikmet Şiir Festivali'ne emeği geçen herkese ve değerli konukları teşekkürle, sevgiyle, saygıyla selamlıyorum. Nazım Hikmet adına yapılan her etkinlik, onun hem bir insan olarak hem bir şair yazar olarak mücadelesine bir katkıdır. Burada bulunmaktan onur duyuyorum. Teşekkürler. Park isimli şiirimi okuyacağım. Bu şiiri 2013'te Türkiye'de İstanbul'da yaşanan Gezi Parkı olaylarının ardından yazmıştım. Şiirin içindeki İngilizce ifadeler Roger Waters'ın The Wall albümünün konserlerinde kullandığı domuz balonun üzerinde yazan sloganlardan alıntılardır. Bu sloganlar dünyanın çeşitli ülkelerinden insanlar tarafından gönderiliyor. Devlet şiddetini eleştiren sloganlar. Baştan bu açıklamayı da yapmış olayım. Park. Al şimdi bu domuzu biraz sen gezdir. Domuzun günahı yok üstünde yazanlardan. İpini gevşek tut, saygıyı hak eder boynu herkesin ve zinhar küçümseme, kibir incitir onun pembe etini. Köşedeki dilenci sevmiyor bizi. Sabahı öğleden ayıran endişeyi, verevine yürünen geceleri sevmiyor. Sözcükler bırakıyoruz avcuna gelip geçerken. Everything will be okay, trust us. Sözcükler, dilin uyarılmasından başka nedir ki? Kozalaklar ve fındık kabuklarıyla şenlenen bir ateşi ya da sevgilinin küpesinin içinden seyredilmiş bir akşamı özlerken sözcükler, olmayanın uyarılmasından başka nedir? Tutkuyla istiyoruz o hüzmeleri, yaprakları tersine bir derinlikte deneyen, bedenle ilgisiz bir cinsellikle. Bu yüzden kara bir kuş oldu gölgemiz, dallara değil köklere tüneyip durduk, durduk ve durmak bizde biriksin dedik. Bir yakın dövüş silahı olarak aşk dedik, öğrendik toprağı suyla harmanlayan simyayı. Çünkü bir cam göz gerekti bazılarımıza, çünkü açık yaralara dikiş. O vakte dek perdeliymiş gibi elimiz ayağımız, parkta oluşmuş gibi parmaklarımız, bir yol tutup çıkardık mumun can ipliğini. Evler buluta girdi, al şimdi bu ölümü tekrarla. Organlarını bağışlamış bir akordeonun sesi herhangi bir sokakta duyulabilir. Yazan ellerimiz vardır yer altını ve gerçeği. Torture shames us all, save our bacon. Uyanık bir bilincin ağrısıdır dün, devrettik. Kimse görmezden gelemez, bölünüyor atomları hiçin bile. Keşfettik yağmura asılınca çalıyor göğün çanı. Silmek istiyorlar hatırlıyoruz. Ne ayıp bir çiçeğin ulu orta açılması. Silmek istiyorlar yeniden yazıyoruz. Her çağın mürekkebidir kan. Dekorlu bardaklardan çay yudumlayanlar. Bilmezler kesme taşından akan suyun gri kokusunu. Bu yüzden kara bir kuş olduğumuzu söyledik. Gölgemizin zamana düştüğü o zerrede durduk ve durmak bizde biriksin dedik. Bir arbalet olarak müzik, bir örme zırh olarak dans. Hemen mi az sonra mı değişti gülün adı? Kargılar ve mızraklarla dürtülen tesbih böceklerini kim sayabildi sayılmaz ki haklılık. Bizden geri kalan bizden çok fazla. Kuşlar yok ama gölgeleri var taşlarda. Ölenlerin dirilmediği sıradan bir savaş sonrası. Dallara dolanmış rüzgar çanları, kağıtlar, kurdeleler, rüzgar gülleri. Rüzgar fazladan bir şeyleri kımıldatsın diye mi süsledik ağaçları, yoksa rüzgarı süsleyemediğimiz için mi? Your son is gonna die in the next war. Habeas corpus.
dinliyoruz. Herkes konuştuğu gibidir bir radyo oyununda. 3 kadın çok yaşlı bir kadını yıkıyorlar. Fazlasıyla hoyrat, hırpalaya hırpalaya. Sıcak su çözüyor katılaşmış bir aklı. Derisinin kat yerlerinde günler ve sözcükler. Hayatın uyarılmasından başka nedir? All religions divide. Fear builds walls. Kibritin tutuştuğu an kadar yoğun ve süreksizdik. Oysa ince adamlardı tüccarlar. Gözlerimizden yüzük taşı olur mu? Bakar bakmaz anladılar. Atıldık ateşe elbet, semender de değildik. Bir çengelli harbe olarak şiir ve hepsinden evlası gülümsemektir dedik. Diren dedik, damgaladık onun pembe etini. Al şimdi bu domuzu, biraz sen gezdir. Gezi Parkı 2013.
Now the English translation. Buyurun Erdal.
Park. Now you steer the pig for a while. The pig is blameless for the words on its body. Keep the rope loose. Everyone's neck deserves mercy. And never ever disparage. Conceit injures its pink flesh. The beggar in the corner doesn't like us, or the morning qualms that hold back the noon hour, or the night walkers veering off. He doesn't like. We leave words in his palm passing by. Everything will be okay. Trust us. What can words do besides arouse the tongue? A lively fire crackling with pine cones, hazelnut shells, an evening washed through a lover's earring. What can words do besides arouse absences, light streams through the branches, leaves held wrapped in the inverse depth? We want the light, the branches, the leaves, with a desire unnative to the body. This is why our shadows turn into blackbirds. We perch not on branches, but on roots. We stand and say, let all standing gather in us. We choose love as a close combat weapon. Learn the alchemy of sand and water, because some of us need a glass eye, others stitches for their open wounds, as if until then we had webbed feet and hands, as if our fingers had just formed in the park to remove the candle's vital thread. Houses swallowed in the smoke cloud, now you relive the killings. The accordion is a plasma bank. Its songs heard in any street in the city. And our writing hands write the underground and the truth. Torture shames us all, save our bacon. We divide among the severity of consciousness. Even in nothingness, atoms are splitting. If you pull on the rein, the sky bell rings. They want to erase, we remember. Oh, for shame, a flower blooming in plain sight. They want to erase, we write again. Blood is the ink of the ages. Those who sip tea from ornate cups don't know. The gray stench of water flowing between cut stones. That's why we've turned into blackbirds. At the very instance our shadows met time, we stood and said, let all standing gather in us, music as arbalist, dance as chainmail armor. Was it just then or later that we called the rose by another name? Pillbugs jabbed with pikes and clubs. Could you count how many? Could you count justice? What remains of us is much more than us. There are no birds, only their shadows on the stones. After any witch war, the dead don't return. Wind chimes tangled among the tree branches, adorned with streamers, ribbons, pinwheels. Was it so the wind could stir more things, or because we couldn't adorn the wind? Your son is going to die in the next war. Habeas corpus. We listen to voices, characters in a radio play. 3 women are washing down an older woman, tussling roughshod, her pale arms. Hot water breaks down hardened thoughts, days caught in the folds of her flesh. What can words do besides arouse life? All religions divide. Fear builds walls. We were as keen and transient as a match flare, yet those merchants were men of good taste. One glance, and they knew if our eyes could be signet stones. We were tossed into the fire. We were no salamanders. Poetry as sieve. Best of all is to smile. Resist, we said, and stamped its pink flesh. Now you steer the pig for a while.
Thank you, Arda. Is actually a video, both Turkish and with English subtitles, right, Selcan Pekcan's. Selcan is all, it's a your birthday. So, when we asked the bios of these poets, they all included their birthdays, and I am reading that's why. So she was born in 1982. She published 2 poetry books, Mara Vardır, İnsandan Sonra. She's also the contributor of this open access magazine, Moero, that I just talked about. She plays bass guitar in başka yer. The poem is performed and read by Fatma Nur Türk. She also has a poem here. It's a nice, reflection of their collaboration. Fatma Nur wanted to read this book because she really liked it. Okay.
Hallerimden elimi çekiyorum. Karlı bir kartpostalın içinden geçiyor biri. Köşede, sokak lambasının altında, parmakları kibritten ateş ustası, gölgesine martı gagası konmuş ve kalbi kırık bir atlı kadar üşüyordur. Kırbaçlar geçiriyorum izinden. Ne de olsa düne yeni bir gün doğdu. Bir ömür hiç yaşanmamışçasına. Yosunlu bir derede hiç yüzmemiş, buluttan bir koyunu hiç mi gütmemiş hallerimden. Çardak altında sedir hayali, öyle bir an. Çayımı karıştırırken ölü bir at kadar yorgunum. Ölü bir at ki cümleye koşması cesaret ister. Ölü bir atın ardından rüzgarlar eser. Esiyor vadiden aşağı. Yas tutan kuzgunum. Ardımda ormanın gözleri. İzliyor beni. Şimdi irkilme. Kızma şimdi bu otlaklar. Bu bildik atlılar ve yürüdüğün kartpostal. Halinden anlar, halinden anlarlar.
So she has a poem here. Fatma Nur Türk was born in 1988. She has two poetry books, Kargo Kültü and Lady Papa. The translator is Donat Bayar. He is a translator and poet, and he writes about music. So Fatma Nur is going to read her poem in Turkish, and then I'll try to read it in English.
Karışık bağlanma. Yavaş yavaş her şeyden, ama her çimenden, her pencereden, her tatilden korkuyordun. Çırptığın Isparta halısından uçuşan, güneşe asılı tozlardan bile korkuyorsun. Daha önce rastladım galiba. Özellikle okuduğum bir falda geçen, bahçe kapısını sen açık bırakıyordun. Nereye kaçıyorsun? Ayaklarını sürüye sürüye. Hangi adı takıp kendine avuç içi çizgilerini falçata ile kazıyorsun? Bitmekte olan bir kutu sütün içinde besleyip büyütmüşler seni, biliyorum. Dedeler, babalar, amcalar doyduktan sonra kim bilir kimden arta kalan aldığın nefes. Sana çıkan dünya dönmüyormuş, hareket ediyormuş bulutların sadece, duyuyorum. Damlayan musluk, gitmelisin diyor. Kırık çıkan bardak seti sessizliğiyle onaylıyor. Telvesi kurumuş kahve fincanları, hadi durma, durma hadi çabuk. Neredeyse senin kadar anlamıyor muyuz korktuğunu? İnanmak için zapping sırasına girenler, bir ömür beklemekten varis büyütenler, en yakınlarının tesellisini, en yakınlarının gözlerinin akında, onlar çatlayıp morlaşan damarlar. Güvenli, güvensiz, kaygılı, kararsız ya da karışık bağlanma. Seninki gibi bir çizik. Kızlar daha hassastır. Evet, bu gerçekten fucking bullshit. Böylece kaç elma kabuğu bükülerek bana doğru katlanmıştır. Korkmasan da sayamazdım. Aşağıdan geçen suratları tanıyordun. Baston şemsiyeliler. Yukarıdan, hep biraz geriden bakanları da. Aynı anda birkaç yerde bulunamazsan, anılarını taşıyamazsan, isimler silinmezse daima korkuyorsun. Mutfak fayanslarında vites değiştirirken mesela, sonra çat diye geçmişte, Parlament Sinema Kulübü'nde korkarsın. Seni takip eden adamın tekinden saklanırken şu anda markette, sonra birden antik dünya haritalarının içinde, kayıp bir ülkede korkardın. Paslanıp çürüyen güvertene isyan ediyorsun. Kaptansın, kendi geminden korkacaksın.
So I think this is the third poem dedicated to mothers, and so this one is dedicated to her mother. Complex bonding. In time, you came to fear everything, everything, every blade of grass, every window, every holiday. You're even afraid of dust clinging to the sun rising from the Sparta rug you beat.
I think I saw it before. You were leaving, the garden gate open, mentioned in a fable I made a point of reading. Where are you fleeing to, dragging your feet? What name do you give yourself as you carve your palm lines with a blade? I know, they fed and raised you with dregs from milk bottles that were filled to the brim for our grandfathers, fathers, uncles. Who knows whose leftovers breathes you breathe? The world you drew by lots hasn't been turning. Only your clouds are moving. I hear the dripping tap saying, you should go. The new glass set with its cracks confirms it with its silence. Coffee cups with dried out grounds. Go on. Don't stop. Don't stop. Wait. Don't we know, just like you do that, you're afraid? Those waiting in a zapping line in order to believe, those with varicose veins after a lifetime of waiting, for the comfort of their dear ones, showing in the white of their eyes, their broken veins turning purple, secure, insecure, warrior, indecisive, or complex bonding. A scratch like yours, girls are more sensitive. Yes, this is really fucking bullshit. This way, how many apple peels coil and twist toward me? Even if you weren't scared, I couldn't count. From your window, you knew the faces passing by, those with their stick umbrellas, also those looking downwards and always glancing from behind. You're always afraid. If you cannot be in several places at once, if you cannot bear the weight of your memories, if names cannot be erased, you're always afraid. Like when you change gears on the kitchen tiles, only to snap, and suddenly you are in the past, afraid, in the Parliament Cinema Club. And back again, now in the market, hiding from a man following you. Later, all of a sudden, you were afraid. Lost in antique world maps, in a land long gone, you're raging against your rusty, rotten deck. You're the captain. You will be afraid of your own ship. All right, so lastly, we have Müesser Yenyay, and Müesser said she's camera shy, so she didn't send her. We wanted to give an opportunity for each poet and represent their voices here. So I'm going to read her poems both in Turkish and English. So Müesser's poetry I found very interesting. And as you see, it's about female body, and I found it very brave of her to actually attempt to define her own body in a world, female body historically and systemically commodified, objectified, and it is actually an attempt of her to define it in the way that. So I'm going to read the first one in Turkish first. Göğüsler. Göğüslerimin anlamı ne? Üstümde iki çıkıntı. Ya da senin bakışına uzanan iki tümsek. Göğüslerim ellerinin dağılıp toza dönüştüğü bir büyü tası. Sıcaklığın ve yumuşaklığın simyası. Sana anlatacak hikayeleri var. Breasts. What's the meaning of my breasts? Two bulges on me, or two mounds that reach out to your glance. My breasts are a bowl of magic in which your hands crumbled and turned into dust. An alchemy of warmth and softness. They have stories to tell you. So she both wrote and translated these poems. So is going to talk about poetry and translation now. Very interesting talk. Let me properly introduce Efe. Efe is a longtime friend of Nazim Hikmet Poetry Festival and the recipient of 2014 Translation Award. With the book finally afterwards published Melihcevdet Anlay, the Silent Stones. So Efe Murat was born and raised in Istanbul. He studied philosophy at Princeton University and completed his PhD in Ottoman history and Islamic philosophy at Harvard. So he's a Renaissance man. I mean, he's also a poet, a translator, and he translated Ezra Pound's cantos into Turkish, as well as volumes of American poets. I mean, like, as I mentioned, he's the recipient of Meral Divitçi Award. His poems, writings, and translations in English appeared in wide range of journals. For instance, including the 13th Istanbul Biennial. And he currently teaches at Wellesley College, and his latest book is here out. It is The Pleasures of Empty Lots, came out in 2021. So please welcome Efe Murat.
Okay, can everyone hear me? Is that good? Okay. So welcome all, and thank you for taking your time to join us today for such a wonderful event. I would like to first of all thank you, Didem Havloğlu, Buket Hanım, Buket Aydemir, Erda Bey, Göknar, Birgül Hanım, and Mehmet Özgür for inviting me. It will be a great joy to present this presentation to you. So, the work of literary montage comprised of more than 15 languages with long fragmentary passages from ancient Greek epics, classical Latin texts, Neoplatonist philosophy, troubadour poetry, as well as Chinese annals. The Cantos has a complex history of publishing in modern Turkey as well, and its translations offer a wide variety of approaches in terms of word choice, cultural influence, and political engagement. One of the most radical reforms in the history of the early Turkish Republic was probably Mustafa Kemal Atatürk's adoption of the Latin alphabet in 1928. This represented Turkey's break from her Ottoman past, since the reform not only limited the next generation's ability to cipher the Arabic alphabet and thereby reading the Quran from its original script, but also established close cultural ties to the Western world that predominantly used the Latin script. With the foundation of Turkish history and language associations in the early 30s, the new republic embraced the essential Turkishness as an official state discourse. As a result of these reforms in education and language, most of the Arabic and Persian loanwords were removed from Turkish dictionaries to be replaced by a new set of vocab, words either imported from Turkic languages and past texts or invented by state-sponsored scholars. By the end of the 60s, there had emerged two sets of vocabulary, one more prone to Arabic and Persian loanwords, i.e. closer to Ottoman Turkish, and the other being modern Turkish, which employs the newly introduced vocabulary of the 30s and later decades. During the history of Turkish Republic, the use of these two alternative sets of vocabulary has in some way determines one's lifestyle, discourse, cultural inclinations, and political orientation.
There's an ongoing cultural clash between the Arabicized and Persianized word choice and the newly introduced essentially Turkish vocabulary in modern Turkish literature, which has become visible once again in the highly polarized New Turkey. These two sets of vocabulary in some cases could be used interchangeably in everyday life, and in some others they could emphasize differing connotations based on the political and cultural context. This dichotomy between these two types of Turkish intellectuals, reflected in the language, can be observed in today's, again, polarized literary circles as well. So Pound has two parallel lives in Turkish literature with differing cultural, political contexts and literary motivations. On the one hand, he garnered the attention of Turkey's literary modernists of the 60s and 70s, such as Melih Cevdet Anday, İlhan Berk, and Ülkü Tamer, most of whom associated themselves with the political left, and whose poetry books were taken to court and censored, as in the cases of, for instance, Anday and Berk, for cases of socialism and explicit language, respectively. On the other hand, coming from the 80s and 90s, Pound has also become one of the most cited and discussed foreign poets, associated for poets associated with political Islam, who have argued for a new epic voice in Turkish Muslim poetry, especially having influenced by Pound's employment of history and his use of the form epic as a rhetorical device in his cantos. These two political engagements in Turkish literature are also reflected in word choice. When the poets of the left in the 60s rendered Pound into Turkish, they preferred predominantly essentially Turkish words, even when they often translate archaic phrases in Latin and Greek included in Pound. Whereas the translations of the poets of political Islam from the 1990s and 2000s onwards favored an Arabicized and a Persianized vocabulary with an Islamic bent in content. Many public intellectuals in the first wave of interest in Pound, who came from the Turkish left, were particularly struck by Pound's universal message, intertextuality, use of imagery, and his ties to the works of T.S. Eliot. Interestingly enough, the first translation from Pound that appeared in Turkish, which was the poem called Eyes in 1946, was by Bülent Ecevit, a social democrat Turkish politician of the center left, who also served as the Prime Minister of Turkey for 4 times. At an early age, Ecevit was known to have developed an interest in the works of American modernists, including Pound and Eliot, as well as in contemporary art, as in the case of the Romanian sculptor Constantin Branciuși. Ecevit was particularly influenced by Pound's ambitious project of creating a poem that transcended all literary canons and traditions, aspiring for a universal human message. Devon. Perfect. Literary modernism of the early 20th century brought its new conceptions and literary techniques and conventions. Intertextuality as a means to recontextualization was a common trope employed by the poets of the time, primarily through referencing the past with subtle allusions by moving from one philological fragment to another. Discussions concerning the limits of intertextuality garnered the attention of the modernist socialist Melih Cevdet Anday. Anday wrote poems that had the intention of reviving humanism and rediscovering the non-Muslim past of Anatolia, along with intellectuals of the literary milieu called Blue Anatolia. Anday rendered the tales of Odysseus and Gilgamesh, like Pound did with various other literary traditions in the past, experimenting with the conscious use of predominantly modern Turkish vocabulary. He used direct intellectual references to the original text, whereby incorporating his textual renderings along with direct translations from the works inspired by Pound's cantos. The most significant figure influenced by Pound's imagism and literary modernism was also the translator of 2 books of selections from the cantos, is İlhan Berk. Pound sees imagery as a pure and a direct form of an experience glimpse, as a real signifier of experience and composition in its most direct treatment. Pound's use of Occam's razor as an imagined method of removing any superfluous words from this glimpse could be seen as an aspiration for objectivity and a distaste in hyperbolic rhetorics. Having been influenced by the Images Manifesto, 1913, Ilham Berk sought how one could reach the pure and raw and direct form of imagery in poetry. For Berk, this text was significant in defining what the limits of an image were and how it could be delineated in its most direct sense. So opposed to his contemporaries, for instance, as in Attila İlhan's socialist romantist use of the word imge, imagery, with a social class marker, Berk seems to place Pound's unmediated direct use of raw reality as the imagery in its most concrete sense. A selection from the cantos first appeared in a book form as a joint publication of İlhan Berk and Yurdanur Salman in 1983, a book of select translations similar to the joint efforts between Azra Erhat and A. Kadir in their celebrated translations of Homer's Iliad and Odyssey. Yurdanur Salman, a distinguished teacher of translation with more than 25 select titles from English, did the initial rendering into Turkish, and Berk, who was not fluent in English at the time, worked on the Turkish text. In the second edition of this collaboration in 1995, İlhan Berk chose to include select collective translations from contemporary poets Güven Turan and Hilmi Yavuz, as well as the philologist Akşit Göktürk and the translator Sinan Fişek. How to translate Pound's title was a big question for İlhan Berk. I'm not fully certain whether the title, the cantos, immediately evokes a sense of a song to sing, a canzone, or a ballad in English for the American reader. But in Turkish, the very first sense it evokes is the Turkish-Greek canto, an adamant take on the Italian opera culture, and especially after the 1940s, in its new form in Turkey, the Turkish-Greek canto is also a take, an experiment in the French variety, variété, dance culture, as well as the interwar German cabaret. So maybe would you go previous title if possible? Yeah. So see here seçilmiş kantolar with a C on the title, canto with a C, and this could be probably the reason why I think İlhan Berk might have chosen to leave the title as is, probably hinting that otherwise people would be mistaken in thinking that Pound here refers to the popular Turkish music form, canto, which was quite popular until recently, and actually had an upsurge again. If you check canto or cantolar on Google or Twitter, you would see a lot of recent results, especially after the passing of the cross-dressed drag comedian and parodic canto singer, Huysuz Virjin Seyfi Dursunoğlu. So maybe next one, if possible. Yes. Yet there is another context for the term canto in the mid-century Turkish, as in the case of bel canto, a lost form of Italian singing technique existed till the 1830s. The term also appears in Ece Ayhan's enigmatic and politically charged early poem, Bel Canto, İkinci Meşrutiyet, which has a critical eye to the period of the so-called Turkish nationalism, secularization and westernization, i.e. from the second constitutional era to the end of the one-party rule during the early Turkish Republic in 1950. Ece Ayhan's poem is an invocation for the loss of the diverse Ottoman setting after the Greek and Armenian minorities were wiped out, and canto here becomes the symbol of this nostalgic yearning for past urban cultural diversity, which went extinct under the intense Turkification of political, social, economic, and cultural spheres. One example of İlhan Berk's word choice with predominantly Turkish origins could be observed in the translation of the famous line in English, "Pull down thy vanity" in Canto 81 as "Sıyır at kof benliğini." Having disregarded the archaicness,
i.e. the old soundingness of the line, Berk and Salman chose to render vanity not with the Arabic gurur, but with an odd Turkish compound, kofbenlik, which is actually very creative and smart. Kof means empty and benlik is from the Turkish ben, I, which denotes ego or more literally I-ness. And it is interesting to see that Berk and Salman also ignored the Shakespearean voice in die vanity. They could have used the old Anatolian Turkish, for instance, senün, which appears in early modern folk poems and also in my Pound translations. Berk and Fişek here seem to choose freshness and readability and creativity over literal correspondence. Though Berk predominantly kept the quotations from foreign languages in Pound as they are, he made a few smart in-text translations. As in the case of contra naturam, which he translated as doğaya karşı or against nature, I would say in English, which is actually at the same time in the publication rendered wrong as contra natura, so there has to be an M in the end here, in a translation with Sinan Fişek. Yet it is interesting that they chose doğaya karşı, if you see on the right, from doğmak, to rise or to be born, a new Turkish word derived from the Latin nasci that may have probably appeared after the 1940s, since the oldest use that I was able to find in dictionaries was in the famous Dictionary of Philosophical and Grammatical Terms in Turkish from 1942. Berk seems to totally ignore the textual distance and archaicness of the Latin expression contra naturam. Otherwise, he could have chosen, for instance, tabiat from the verb tab etmek, to imprint, with the nuanced sense of impression, natural disposition, and temper due to its centuries-old use in classical Arabic philosophy and science. And this is actually how I chose to translate. So Berk's translation has, of course, another problem, which is kontra is not karşı in Turkish, but I think it should be aykırı here, since the message could be that the usury is against human nature or natura as well, and it is repugnant to, or rather than simply against, there is like more to it, I think, when you translate into Turkish. So I decided, for instance, in my own Cantos translations, to keep this expression as is for the first edition, but for the second, I had this like smart language, maybe a smart maybe solution that I had, also as a tribute to Berk, because he also chose to translate this passage or expression, even though Pound chose to keep it in as is in Latin. I change it to the classical Arabic expression, aksul tabia, or diddl tabia, which means against nature in the original Arabic script, since what Latin was to English, I would say, as the main written language of Western civilization for many centuries, was similar to what classical Arabic was to Turkish culture. So in my own translations, I used the Arabic script, made a kind of adaptation of the Pound's Latin expression. Another great example of rendition of the cantos a la Pound's slogan, "Make it new," is Ülkü Tamer's cycle of poems, Winter Warrior of Wine, which is a homage to the cantos written in the form of a drinking song, especially imitating the styles of the late medieval Provençal and Occitan troubadour poets, as well as the French accursed poet François Villon. Spanning a vast geography in Europe from Normandy to Catalonia and northern Italy, Ülkü Tamer's cycle suggests an alternative ending or a beginning to the cantos, especially with the last poem, Voluntary Exiles of the cycle. Tamer's 10-poem cycle often juxtaposes with the repeated themes of metamorphosis, rebirth, ecstasy, spring rites, fertility, and the joy of life that appear in the early cantos. Pound sees Provence as the cradle of the Western vernacular lyrical tradition and sets the troubadour landscape as his imagined earthly paradise, Ülkü Tamer, in contrast, reverses the mood and confines his lyrics to a darker tone. The melancholy of the alba in the troubadour tradition, i.e. this genre of Occident lyrics depicting the parting of lovers, is now extended to the parting summer and the sun. In Tamer's version, troubadours have already sung their worldly songs, cherishing the spring, and now winter is about to come. Winter, warrior of wine, has an apocalyptic mood that implies that winter could be permanent this time and the spring might never come back. Pound's Cantos begins with an ambitious journey in search of paradise in a world where there is so much room for hope, new beginnings, and repentance. Yet in Tamer's poems, the end of the feast signifies the end of days. Poets, kings, and palace ladies now prepare themselves to the endless winter, as in Boston always, by drinking to oblivion. None of these poets associated themselves with Pound politically, but at the same time, this did not stop them from appreciating the cantos as a cross-cultural work of montage that was reminiscent of the global experimentalism of the early 20th century. Ülkü Tamer even questions in a poem why in right-wing conservative Turkey, Pound would not still be included in school curricula, noting that even though Pound himself was a right-winger, sağcı olduğu halde. Ülkü Tamer might have written this poem, Adventures of Coma, probably after Süleyman Demirel's right-center Justice Party's winning of the 1965 elections. And the poem could be rendered as such. Oh, the Turkish right-center government has included the founding fathers of constitutionalism and nation-state ideologies such as Namık Kemal and Ziya Gökalp, along with the romantic prosaic Victor Hugo, in school books that are studied by farmers' sons. But these men are so outdated that it is hard to like them anymore. And since now the government has even included bizarre texts from Shakespeare, there is still no word of Pound, though he was a right-winger. Pound's cantos became relevant once again when the poets of the Turkish political Islam discussed what the traditional source of a possible modern Turkish epic could be. Here, Turkish is not used as a term only limited to national premises. The Turkish character in this case is a representation of a Muslim Turk who had an impact not only on Islamic history but also on global historiography with a civilization marker. One of these literary groups who were profoundly affected by Pound's conception of epic is the neo-epic poets of the early 2000s who argued for a new form of Islamist populism in epic poetry. Hakan Arslanbenzer and other neo-epic poets aspire to write an encompassing epic that is solely Turkish and Muslim. Thus, in Arslanbenzer's word choice is definitely more prone to the Ottoman Turkish vocabulary, and his translations from Pound have the agenda of a political discourse that aims to be the voice of Islamic populism. What could be then the archetypes of the Turkish Muslim past? Does it make sense to assign a specific Muslim character to epic poetry in the Poundian sense? We should note that from the Muslim perspective, Turkish history has its historical discontinuity with the Kemalist reforms. The question is, how could one give this sense of discontinuity in an epic, as the neo-epic poets ask? The problem with epic poetry as a genre is that an epic always looks for authority, and the question of authority gets taxing, especially with regard to translation choices motivated by political inclinations. Whose history are we rendering? Which agents or figures should be included in a given narrative? One should note that any attempt of historicizing is an attempt to establish one's own archetypes. That is, rendering history is inevitably a subjective enterprise, and in that sense, translating Pound's epic into other languages means rendering Pound into a context with an assumed political and cultural agenda. The neo-epic poets' categorical division of the West and the Islamic East doesn't make sense, because the Poundian epic does not aspire to be solely Western or Greco-Latin. Still, it aspires to be universal in its most encompassing sense. The metaphorical East, invoked by the Chinese ideograms, scattered through Pound's text, marks the limits of the Western epos as a critique. The cantos is a text that extends to the metaphorical East. A symbolic going east of Pound's so-called Western epic is only an attempt to escape the correlated epistemological and symbolic models that govern the Western world. The most apparent difference between the translations made by these two historical groups is in textual preference and word choice. The early wave of socialist poets who translated Pound was particularly interested in the cantos due to Pound's emphasis on the Renaissance subjects, such as his use of Neoplatonism as a new form of pagan and non-monotheistic awareness against the scholasticism of the church, as well as Pound's emphasis on troubadour poetry, which yearns for the joy of earthly life. It is precisely because of this reason that the poets of the 60s chose to render Pound in a non-Arabic Turkish in order to downplay the Ottoman Islamic past, but to find new venues in modern Turkish to be able to express a secular and a non-Islamic past. For instance, there are certain crossovers definitely between the Latin Renaissance Neoplatonist vocabulary that Pound uses. So for instance, I try to translate could we maybe go back to the previous one? Yeah. So as a valid method of translation, I chose translating Pound depending on the linguistic context, so without having any cultural and a political agenda. And of course, richness of Ottoman Turkish as a language with its extensive use of Arabic and Persian words resemble the use of Latin and Greek in the Western cultural context. And then I would argue that one of the most suited linguistic contexts for Pound's modernism project was choosing the words that are maybe historically context specific. In that regard, for instance, I preferred Greco-Arabic philosophical vocabulary of Avicenna, the Arab philosopher, to translate Pound's Neoplatonism. There are, for instance, different schools of thought that were already existed, some of which also influenced the Renaissance Neoplatonist vision. So the Avicennan school, as well as like Al-Suhrawardi's Illuminationism, is a Persian scholar of Al-Ishraqiyya and the Persian Sufi poetry. And then, for instance, like if these philosophical conceptions in English appeared in Pound, such as hypostasis, quiddity, essence, form, Platonic idea, transmutation, I chose, for instance, the words on the left, which were more historically accurate with regard to Greco-Arabic uses in the medieval world, whereas like we see, for instance, some socialist poets, most of the socialist poets of the 60s and 70s, they, for instance, use the words that were on the right side, which are maybe more Turkified versions. Also, like with some borrowings from similar to idea or transformation or hypostas from Western languages. Another example, serenitas, instead of like ışıltı, I try to use the Arabic word ishraq, which gives like the same sense. For instance, like for lux lumen, I looked at like Al-Jami's famous treatise of Sufism, Lawayih, which means like flashes, as well as like the Sufi Al-Iraqi's Lama'at. So I try to choose like a more corresponding Arabic vocabulary. Okay, so on the other hand, The Islamists seem to be more interested in the canto's epic quality as well as its critique of the bankers, Jews, the industrial age, and the America's founding fathers. As for money and usury, Pound's primary economic critique was his belief that charging interest on money lent, i.e. the whole system of monetary credit, was destroying Western civilization. In that sense, usury eroded the solid value of things by creating bubbles and imaginary monetary value. Likewise, the classical Arabic word, for instance, al-riba, in that sense is used as an Islamic legal equivalent for monetary lent with high interest in the Quran. And this was the word, for instance, that the right-wing economist and columnist Mustafa Özel, as well as the modern epic poet Hakan Şarkdemir, rightly chose to use in their Canto 95 translations. We see that instead of the Quranic reference, instead Berk and Salman chose to use tefe or tefecilik for usury, the more frequent word in modern Turkish, and leave yuzra, the ancient form of usury, as is, since they might have also thought that Yuzura might be a name of a Greek goddess. Different from both of these preferences, I chose to translate Yuzura as Murabaha from the same root of the Quranic al-riba, interest rate, to evoke the distance and this archaicness word that might connotate. So in conclusion, the poets of the modernist 60s and political Islam might have chosen one register of word choice over another due to their cultural, historical preferences and political engagement. Yet the language always changes, and as the time passes, each register gains new meanings and contexts. Ottoman Turkish loanwords might well set the mood for the pre-modern Islamic past, yet in some other cases, it could also undermine the non-Muslim cultural sensitivities due to its heavy Islamic character with respect to Greco-Roman, Taoist, Buddhist traditions. So even if a translator thinks that his or her choices are fitting contextually, he or she should also think about the contemporary connotations of a particular language. Translation is a volatile process, and people wish to see the text as they want to see, projecting their own political and cultural inclinations, and imposing meanings and assertions. Thus, everyone has his or her pound, and this takes us to the idea that at the end of the day, every translation is a rendering of one's own authority and voice. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. It was wonderful. Do we have any questions to Efe? Maybe it's, yeah, Erda.
Yes. I mean, first of all, the Cantos is nearly 1,000 pages, and I would definitely say my translation is a work in progress. I mean, even though the second edition is now the set one, I'll just like to maybe very little minor changes, but definitely compared to the first and the second, I had to revise and think a lot of aspects of translation for sure. As a historian, or as someone who has a PhD in history and teaches history, of course, like accuracy and objectivity, they are my mainstays, or at least like my, they are like my main methods. And therefore, I didn't want to actually like maybe fall into the traps of, as you would say, the political agenda. And that's why, for instance, when I was checking İlhan Berk, having seen that he has used a lot of essentially Turkish vocabulary and also like in a way misses some of the references that Pound made, I of course like wanted to give the archaicness because you can't read or understand or appreciate Pound by just simply naturalizing his old sounding words or his fragments from other languages into, let's say, conversational modern American English. So of course, definitely looking at Ilhan Berk, I saw a lot of like creative bits as in Hof van Lyck, which is like a very odd and I think a very creative and smart choice to pull down thy vanity, the famous line. Of course, I wanted to go with gurur because like whenever someone sees like die in English, of course it goes to maybe the Shakespearean die. But then when someone looked at the Turkish, I just like used this, you know, like very irregular or very odd compound like senün that no one even says or pronounces in order to give this like archaicness because, you know, without the archaicness, I don't think we can understand Pound's references. And for the Islamists, there are also like very powerful, great translations, but it's too much Islamic and Arabicized vocabulary. And the Pound's whole idea is like combine the East and West. And, you know, like, are we going to use like words that reference Islam when we translate like Buddhism or Taoism or texts that refer to maybe like the secular culture of the West, maybe after Enlightenment? So yeah, so I think I try to maybe strike a balance between the historical context and the way it sounds in Turkish. I also use lots of conversational Turkish because Pound uses a lot of conversational, mostly like white collar English of, you know, like New York bankers. So I also try to use some white collar Turkish in Anglified or current like Anglicized Turkish. Yeah, but I think it's an ongoing project, so it's impossible to put a dot, I would say. Any other questions? Please, Dida. That's a good question. I think the poets, intellectuals of the political Islam, I think embraced it. And also like, you know, people coming from a more secular background, they also appreciated the vastness of the project, but then of course questioned like, why would you, because Pound has a bad name for sure. Maybe some of the, you know, like the people in the audience could, you know, like correct me, but you know, he's often associated with fascism. Like in Italy, of course, there is the Casa di Pound. Italy's extreme right wing loves Pound, and they even give the name, I think, the Ragazzi de Pound, like the boys of Pound, is like the young fascists. And like, of course, I think it's because, you know, Pound critiques the US and the, you know, political Islam in Turkey, of course, loves that. And of course, the banking system, the interest, the usury, and also maybe criticizing some of the doings of the American founding fathers gives like a, you know, like a strong hand to the political Islamists for sure. And then it also maybe like this festival as well. The Pound is a, you know, like a fascist, let's say, and then Nazim Hikmet is totally on the opposite side. They are totally contemporaries. Nazim Hikmet ran away to Russia. He was maybe, he lived there, he had to run away from Turkey because of his leftist activities, and he was cherished by the Soviet Republic. He, you know, if you go to like, you know, Czech Republic, Cuba, like Poland, if you go to second-hand bookstores, which I did, you can always and always find a Nazim Hikmet translation, whether in Spanish, Czech, or Polish, and what have you. And it's interesting how that, you know, even though Ezra Pound was a fascist and the poets that I mentioned in the first part of my presentation, such as Melih Cevdet, Ülkü Tamer, and İlhan Berk, they all love Nazım Hikmet. İlhan Berk's first poetry book, Güneşi İçenlerin Türküsü, is totally a reference and even a maybe a line from Nazım Hikmet. It could be. And it's highly interesting that still, even though the first wave of poets, like who loved Nazım Hikmet's like socialist agenda, like embrace Pound because of his experimentalism. And I think this is like a very interesting note. So like, you know, even though maybe the translations that they have conducted reflected some of these political agendas or impressions, in terms of taste, I think they transcended the division between right and left. Please. Thank you. I mean, the text has definitely has pounds, cantos has like, you know, a lot of maybe anti-Semitic references for sure. This is like a question that I always been asked, but at the same time, I think Pound wasn't that of a different from the 1950s, like right-wing intellectual who would have all these like slurs about the Jews. But at the same time, his friends, Louis Zukowski, the great objectivist poet, even though in one of his memoirs, in his one of his maybe pieces of writing, he mentions that, you know, like Pound jokes in a like a very unfunny way that, you know, he's the Jew or something. He was never like, other than that one maybe impression, unkind to him or, you know, like anything to maybe discriminate because of his like anti-Semitism. But at the same time, we should not forget, like Pound has many different periods. In early period, I don't think he has like that much of anti-Semitism, especially after he went crazy and when he was in the St. Elizabeth's Hospital. We know that like there were so many young people, right-wing fascist poets, as well as also like, you know, hippies and Beat Generation, like so many different youngsters like who were interested in Pound visited, but also gave them different journals and newspapers that were like anti-Semitic. Okay, sorry. Oh, very, very good question. So even though I would say the poets of political Islam, it would be like controversial, but like in one of the slides, they had a special issue in 2000, and there is definitely, without maybe directly making any anti-Semitic comments, the poets of the political Islam in Turkey kind of pushed Pound to the stage to kind of give a voice to their own anti-Semitism. But this is also like subtle in that regard. But they generally push Pound and use Pound's words in order to maybe hide their own sheer anti-Semitism. Thank you. Any other questions or, you know? Okay, yeah.
This takes us to our break. Thanks again for all the poets and to our speaker. For our online audience, we will start back in about 20 minutes. We will keep the YouTube stream going. We may show you around. We may have some music. Honestly, we haven't planned that, but we will play it by the ear. Thank you for being with us, and please stay with us. Thank you.
Biraz daha ruh katıyor şiire. Müzik yaptığımız iyi oldu yani.
know where Devon is? No, I haven't. Hey, are you Devon? Hi. So I understand we're to coordinate on what I'm doing here.
Hello, Birgül. Again, how are you?
For those who are around, it's not too late. A bigger piece of white
Looking forward to see everyone here tonight.
Exactly.
All right.
Not to mention, we are going to have a
Wow. Nasılsınız efendim? Here's a Turkish speaking group here. Mr. Mehmet Gökten. Nasılsın? Alıyoruz. Evet, şu anda YouTube'dasınız Sayın Mehmet Bey. Aha, Buket geldi. Eyvah. Buket. Çayınızı aldınız mı?
I didn't get tea yet, so I will have my tea. I had some nice pastries. Did you show them the book that we have?
I did go through the books with nude on them. So
Yeah, you needed my expertise, right?
Okay.
Okay.
This is Page Walker house, and this is where we are having our festival. We are on a break, as you all know.
For example, I know Merhaba, everybody.
Merhaba, merhaba. Any short music we can display on YouTube right now?
Taste of what's coming up in 5 minutes.
And this is from Thrace, from Thrace.
Thrace, Thracia. Okay, we'll be back.
Testing audio for live Zoom and YouTube audience. We're almost back. Hello, everyone. Oops, I'm awake now. Maybe I should stay away. Are we on Zoom? Zoom YouTube audience, hello. Live audience, I know you're enjoying the tea and coffee, but please come back. Should we lower the testing audio? Audio mic 1. Testing. Testing audio mic 2. Testing audio mic 1. Testing, posing for the camera 1. Okay, everyone, let's start. We are so glad that you are here today. To start our section on Kawafi, I would like to invite Erda here.
I think the food is too good. People aren't returning. Oh yeah, yeah, I am tall. I forget about my height. So we're going to begin the next section of the festival, which is going to be devoted to the work of Constantine Kawafi. We have both a celebration of his poetry, some music to accompany that, and a sort of talk by a scholar about his work. I'm just going to say a few very brief words about Kawafi, and then we will read in 3 languages one of his poems in Greek, English, and Turkish, and then we'll go on with the rest of this section. Constantine Kawafi described himself as being of Constantinople descent, though he was born in Alexandria, Egypt, in 1863. After being educated in London and Alexandria, he moved with his mother to Constantinople, where they stayed with his grandfather and 2 brothers for over 2 years. Although living in poverty and discomfort, Kawafi wrote his first poems at this time before returning to Alexandria. Kawafi thought of himself as a poet-historian, and he lived for most of his life within the overlapping reach of the British and Ottoman empires in the Eastern Mediterranean. As a queer, cosmopolitan, modern Greek poet, he sits in interesting tension with his modern Turkish Istanbul contemporary, Nazim Hikmet. He's especially important for his extensive use of Demotic Greek, the vernacular language of the everyday. He was introduced to English readers by E.M. Forster in the early 1920s, who had earlier come to Alexandria to work for the Red Cross, interviewing soldiers returning from Gallipoli about their lost comrades. Kawafi wrote 155 poems, the most significant ones being written after he was 40, and they were only officially published posthumously. Quite an interesting story. So we're going to now read three versions of the poem beginning with the Greek.
Κρυμμένα. Από όσα έκαμα και από όσα είπα, να μην ζητήσουνε να βρουν ποιος ήμουν. Εμπόδιο στέκονταν και μεταμόρφωνε τες πράξεις και τον τρόπο της ζωής μου. Εμπόδιο στέκονταν και σταματούσε με, πολλές φορές που πήγαινα να πω. Οι πιο απαρατήρητες μου πράξεις και τα γραψίματά μου τα πιο σκεπασμένα, από εκεί μονάχα θα με νιώσουν. Αλλά ίσως δεν αξίζει να καταβληθεί τόση φροντίς και τόσος κόπος να με μάθουν. Κατόπιν, την τελειωτέρα κοινωνία, κανένας άλλος καμωμένος σαν εμένα, βέβαια θα φανεί και ελεύθερα θα κάνει.
Hidden things. Let them not seek to discover who I was from all that I have done and said. An obstacle was there that transformed the deeds and the manner of my life. An obstacle was there that stopped me many times when I was about to speak. Only from my most imperceptible deeds and my most covert writings. From these alone will they understand me. But perhaps it isn't worth exerting such care and such effort for them to know me. Later, in the more perfect society, surely some other person created like me will appear and act freely.
Gizli şeyler. Bütün yaptıklarımdan ve bütün söylediklerimden kimse anlamaya çalışmasın kim olduğumu. Bir engel vardı, bir engel. Bütün eylemlerimi ve baştan aşağı tutumumu değiştiren hep bir engel. Tam konuşacağım sıra susturuverdi beni. En göze çarpmamış davranışlarımdan, en kapalı sözlerimden, yazdıklarımdan, yalnız onlardan anlaşılabilirim. Ama belki de değmez bunca çabaya, bunca dikkate gerçekte kim olduğumu bulmak. Daha güzel bir toplumda, ileride, bir başkası tıpkı bana benzeyen, çıkar kuşkusuz, yaşar özgürce. Oh gosh, I want to introduce you. Pelin was going to introduce, but we are so happy to you are here. We will give you your info after your performance. I think we proved two things. One, our cultures are so similar. Two, we don't need to drink to dance.
Both of us. Wow. You're giving me the classics now. I'm going to play something else by the same beautiful. It says Abriolulu, wild flower. It says that we are all like wild flowers. We can, whatever weather, we can survive.
said the demotic meaning just the, not just blue, but the people who work the earth there. That's how simple. That's where those songs are, the folklore songs that they become very popular with musicians that you just mentioned. What else can I? Anybody want to hear something specific? Except classical music, I can play. Pardon? Theodorek, Smalist. And this is one of the, I would say, yeah, the most popular Greek tune that everybody knows, who made it popular. Anthony Quinn made it popular back in the 60s. Yes, a gentleman from Mexico. Yes.
You should have all joined us. Good exercise. Now let's give a huge hand to Kronis. And wait, I want you to clap again because I'm going to ask him to stay and play for us after the program around 6 o'clock. Should we do that? Let's do that. Now that blood is flowing to my head, I am ready to sit and listen and learn more about Kawafi. Erda, would you please introduce our next guest? Thank you.
So very honored to introduce my very good friend, David Liu. He's a visiting scholar at Duke University in the Department of Religion. And I thought I'd do a kind of creative introduction. It'll be brief, but working from some of David's own language, I was going to introduce him. Professor Liu is a schemer of transdomain praxis, discourse, eruptions, and teaches, writes, co-creates, and plots amidst chaos and impossibility in the live becoming of this worldly world. Yeah, you wrote that, but I did change some pronouns, but poetic prose nonetheless. So no individual or functionary in a present whole, he does this as an innumerable resistor and Ronin in a clunking maelstrom with expressivities transgressing the grammatical number, the bureaucratized niche, absorbed loyalties. Through various transversals and partakings, he shares what he ill knows so as truly to unlearn, write through deep dives, and create frugally what abets poetic life. Please welcome David Liu.
Thanks, Erda. After that, I don't know that there's anything you want to do. Maybe invite you all to go outside and enjoy the spring day. Might be a better use of your time. Probably better use of my time. But I'm very honored to be here today to speak with you, I hope with rather than to, about a figure that has had so many afterlives and who continues to grow almost 100 years after his death. I would like to begin actually with a couple of videos just of his poetry being read in Greek with subtitles. So you have a sense of the beautiful sound of his poetry.
Είπες, θα πάγω σ' άλλη γη, θα πάγω σ' άλλη θάλασσα. Μια πόλη σ' άλλη θα βρεθεί καλύτερη από αυτή. Κάθε προσπάθειά μου μια καταδίκη είναι γραφτή. Κι είναι η καρδιά μου σαν νεκρός, θα μένει. Ο νους μου ως πότε μες των μαρασμών αυτών θα μένει. Όπου το μάτι μου γυρίσω, όπου κι αν δω, ερείπια μαύρα της ζωής μου βλέπω εδώ, που τόσα χρόνια πέρασα και ρήμαξα και χάλασα.
Κάποτε
Καινούριους τόπους δεν θα βρεις. Δεν θα βρεις άλλες θάλασσες. Η πόλη θα σε ακολουθεί. Στους δρόμους θα γυρνάς τους ίδιους και στις γειτονιές τες ίδιες θα γερνάς και μες στα ίδια σπίτια αυτά θα σπρίζεις. Πάντα στην πόλη αυτή θα φτάνεις. Για τα αλλού μη ελπίζεις. Δεν έχει πλοίο για σε. Δεν έχει οδό. έτσι που τη ζωή σου ρήμαξες εδώ, στην κόχη τούτη την μικρή, σ' όλην την γη την χάλασες.
Μες στα όνειρά μας ομιλούνε. Κάποτε μες στη σκέψη τες ακούει το μυαλό. Και με τον ήχο των για μια στιγμή επιστρέφουν ήχοι από την πρώτη ποίηση της ζωής μας. Σαν μουσική τη νύχτα μακρινή που σφήνει.
You should be up here. Yes. Yes. And do you think the city also embraces that kind of unresolvable tension? Yeah, I am always struck by the final couple of lines of the city. I'll read it again in English. Now that you've wasted your life here in this small corner, you've destroyed it everywhere in the world. That's rather bleak, isn't it? And yet I think that in some ways the key to understanding Gaddafi is through failure. If you want to understand Gaddafi in more than a superficial sense, I think you have to go through that realization that you yourself are a failure. At least imagine that so that you can begin to enter into the world of this poet. This festival is, of course, dedicated to Nazim Hikmet, and hasret is a word that is associated with the celebration of his poetry. Longing is, of course, a perennial theme in poetry across many cultures, although it has different textures and different biographies in different places that it comes from. Longing is also packaged in different colors with different strings. And one of them is the well-known Istanbuli hüzün, right? Now, hüzün is kind of in vogue these days, probably because of Pamuk's work on it. In his book on Istanbul, he writes extensively about this, especially Istanbuli idea, feeling, which he claims is untranslatable. Right? Now, I've seen attempts to approximate what hüzün is for folks in Istanbul, and they include the following: saudade of Lisbon, tristeza of Burgos, Spain, mufa of Buenos Aires, mesticia of Turin, Italy, traurigkeit of Vienna, ennui of Alexandria, and the ghostliness of Prague. Oh, then there's also the glumness of Glasgow, if you like alliteration, or the dispiritedness of Boston, just to have a little proximate reference to where we are. Do we have a Bostonian back there? A couple? No. But you're resonating, I can see. Yes? Now, of all the words that I just enunciated, perhaps the closest is saudade. And the reason I say that is that, like hüzün, saudade has a register of regretful longing tied to a bypassed imperial age. Right? As you know, the Portuguese built their empire around the same time that Ottoman Turks succeeded in taking the rest of what had been Eastern Rome. And so they had a parallel history in different places. The Portuguese went down to Africa, from there to India and farther, as well as to the New World, where this idea of saudade is also current in Brazil today. Right? It's a kind of mutual missing between Brazil and Portugal. If you think about families that have folks in both places, far away, in days before airplanes. Very often it would be years before you could see your loved ones. The Ottomans obviously concentrated around the Mediterranean basin in their empire building, and the hinterland, successful. But they also built a new kind of synthesis of culture that had not been achieved before, right? And this is the famous abolition, let's say, of the so-called East and the so-called West. And I think somewhere in Hizun, there's this sense that that which was brought together was put asunder again with the decay and evaporation of the Ottoman realm centered in the city of Istanbul. Pamuk credits Safavi expressly for teaching him how to appreciate and understand his own city of Istanbul in this very poem, The City. Now, that's a very interesting part, because I have suggested at the beginning that the way to understand Safavi is through failure. Failure is not so much what you think of first when you start speaking about Hizun. It's rather about the glories and successes that then pass by. Right. But somehow, in the interstices, as this gentlewoman was saying, of things, the glory and the failure become almost indistinguishable. Now, I could say, yes, Safavi helped Pamuk understand Istanbul. But what I would also say is, perhaps no one has yet helped Pamuk understand Safavi. And I think the reason I say that is that Safavi really wasn't interested in revivifying or reliving through any form of melancholy or nostalgia the glories of the past. And I'll get to that in greater detail in a little bit. But basically, for Safavi, all that was conventionally understood to be the glorious Hellenic history from Homeric legendary times, just all these figures still floating in the mist of Greek culture, to classical history, Thermopylae, he writes about, to Hellenistic kings, the Ptolemies and the Seleucids, the Seleucids, to the Roman emperors and Caesarion, the little child of Caesar and Cleopatra, who was groomed to be the next emperor, but was never put on the throne properly. To the Byzantine times, Eastern Rome, Michael the debauched, or Theophilos Palaiologos, who was the last defender of Istanbul and Constantinople, who died with the words, "I want to die rather than live." In all of Khadafi's evocations of the past, there's never any celebration of blood. Now, I understand more work is being done on this, particularly on the Byzantine period. That's a very interesting development in the scholarship on Khadafi. Partly because we in the West, whatever that is, tend not to know anything about the Byzantine period nor care about it, right? For us, Rome ended in the 480s. And that was it. And the rest were the Byzantines. But the Byzantines call themselves Romans. And it's because of that that the Muscovites can claim to be the third Rome, their city, Moscow, took over the mantle of the head of Christendom after 1453. Now, what does it mean that he doesn't ever celebrate the past? Well, one thing you could guess is that he probably has no great prospect for the future either. Because to have a vision of the future ahead of you, you must have some kind of positive, nourishing, enabling, empowering sense of your past, right? This is why fights over school curricula are so vital to any politics, right? Because they tell people where they came from and what they're capable of and what their destiny is. On the contrary, there is no destiny. We're, of course, in the midst of a very trying, tense, horrible wartime, even though we are not on the front lines. We're many thousands of miles away from Ukraine. Many more, perhaps, well, about the same distance to Yemen, another site of horrific battling as we speak and as we sit comfortable with beautiful skies and scrumptious pastry. But we still feel that violence resonating somewhere in the atmosphere. Buffy writes about Thermopylae in a way I think that might be appropriate for us to think through what his poetry is about today. So I will now read you that poem. And we can talk about it. Honor to those who, in the life they led, define and guard Thermopylae, never betraying what is right, consistent and just in all they do, but showing pity also and compassion, generous when they're rich and when they're poor, still generous in small ways, still helping as much as they can, always speaking the truth, yet without hating those who lie. And even more honor is due to them when they foresee, as many do, that realities will turn up in the end, that the needs will break through, after all. What strikes you about this poem? And please try to set aside for the moment the Hollywood presentation of this. Sure. Honor. He begins with this very important word, dimi, which is the chief Homeric virtue. Everyone in the Iliad is after one thing. What we call honor. But honor is so compartmentalized. compartmentalized these days. We only give honor to someone, on special occasions, like you honor a speaker with a nice introduction, or you honor someone's birthday with a cake. But for the Greeks, dini is something that envelops all social relations and coat them with a kind of aura that people want to have around them. Honor to those who in the life they lead define and guard a thermopylae, never betraying what is right, consistent and just in all they do, but showing pity also and compassion, generous when they're rich and when they're poor, still generous in small ways, still helping as much as they can, always speaking the truth without hating those who lie. And even more honor is due to them when they foresee, as many do foresee, that the fiances turn up in the end, that the means will break through. How does that resonate? By the way, Devin, feel free to recycle this slide. Yes. Yeah. Absolutely. Thank you for that. I'm so glad someone is paying attention. So this is the only case that I can find, only case where any kind of sense of admiration is given to any figure in the long arc calendar of books. Now, the second thing I might say is that this is not the recounting of a victory. It's a tale of a failure, another defeat. Think about it. The only thing that he celebrates in all of Greek history is a defeat. A glorious defeat. Yes, worthy of Hollywood, right? Yes. Now, of course, they're honorable because they seem to be, embodiments of almost medieval knighthood, right? They're generous, they're just, they speak the truth. All the Christian virtues, so to speak. But the real honor is not given for that. It's for the fact that they see that they will fail. Okay? That the Medes will break through after all. Almost independent of how hard they fight and how successful they are. It's being able to see disaster coming that he exalts as the great cause of honor in this case. Now, Kavaki himself, very curmudgeonly, in a curmudgeonly way, divided his works into the erotic, the philosophical, and the historical. And countless critics have picked up on this and said, this is his way of misleading everybody. Now, on the surface, it's true. Some are ostensibly drawing material from the Greek past. Some are talking about his erotic encounters or memories of them, and others are reflective about life in general. One example of it is called monotonia. Monotonia is literally one tone, right? One sound. And from a word that has to do with the string instrument, the lyre, that has a certain tension, okay? And the tonos, the pitch, is defined by the tension. So monotonia is something that only has one constant tension, but it's still tensile. Okay? So this is my own translation. The one monotonous day, another monotonous one, unbearing follow. Will occur, the same things will recur again. Same instants find us and leave us. Month passes through and brings another month. The things that come, anyone easily forgets. They're those onerous ones of yesterday. And tomorrow turns out no more to resemble tomorrow. Now, if you're puzzled, then you know this is a philosophical poem, right? And it is puzzling, isn't it? What does it mean to say, and tomorrow turns out no more to resemble tomorrow? It's not quite, history as one damn thing after another, right? There's a swerve in it, a Lucretian swerve that is ever so subtle. That the repetition of the same is the repetition of difference. But within a certain pond of recognizability. So that's an example of what he would have, cataloged as a philosophical poem. But if you look at another poem, let's see. Shall I do? I think I'll do one Indian side. Quickly look in here. I thought I had it on the right. So Endymion is actually the name of my son, as Erdogan well knows. But he's also a very intriguing figure. He's a shepherd in Greek legend who lives on the island Latmos. And the story goes that the moon goddess, Selene, comes down and discovers him and falls madly in love with him. So much so that she requested of Zeus to give him immortal life so that they can always be together. But with one little catch, that he would always be asleep. Talk about animal husbandry. That's how you control your husband. But that's not the only end of the story. They go on to have 50 daughters in the cave. Okay, it's a fascinating figure. But the way that Cavafy plays with Endymion is that he makes him out to be sort of the quintessential ideal of young male beauty. Okay? And apparently there were a number of sculptures of Endymion, one of which was so famous that people would come from miles away just to look at it. It was a pilgrimage site of sorts. If I can only find where that poem is, then I'll have reached the end of my pilgrimage. come back to it, but my point is that Endymion in that poem is both the subject of an erotic poem and a historic poem, except that Kavafi's historic poems are not always historical in the factative sense. Okay? He imagines a scenario in which something could be true. He makes up names. He makes up, encounters between people that you don't read about anywhere. Right? Now, he wasn't just kind of, slinging it. He was an avid reader of history and literature from all periods of Greek culture. And so he had a very keen sense of what was believable, what was, verisimilar. Okay. But that is an example where you can't really distinguish between the erotic and the historical. Now, we have wandered a bit from Huzun, and I know that our time is limited. So what I'm going to do is jump a bit to something that ostensibly doesn't really have anything to do with longing for Huzun. And it's called Waiting for the Barbarian. How many have you read this? Yeah? In high school? And that was in Turkish, was it? Or English? It's interesting. I wonder if today, whether they might want to ban that. I will read that to you. Again, my own translation here. And you know that the word for barbarian in English is directly from Greek. They invented the word and the idea of the barbarian. Okay? Barbaros is someone who can't talk properly, just babbles. Okay? And that inarticulateness is the marker of subhumanness. Okay? Aristotle always made a very clear distinction between Greeks and barbarians, and associated with barbarians with slavery and slaves, people who were natural slaves. Okay? So it's a very strong and controversial word. Look what Kavafi does with it. What are we waiting for, all gathered in the forum? It's the barbarians that arrived today. Why inside the Senate such an Why are the senators sitting and pass no laws? Because the barbarians will arrive today. What more laws will they work? The senators. The barbarians, when they come, will pass laws. Why was our emperor roused so early and sits at the city's big gate on a throne up high, all official, wearing the crown? Because the barbarians will arrive today, and the emperor is waiting to receive their leader. Indeed, he prepared for it to give them a parchment. There he wrote him many titles and names. Why have our two consuls and praetors come out today with the scarlet, the embroidered togas? Why did they wear bracelets with so many amethysts and rings with shiny, downright splendid emeralds? Why is it they'll carry today precious canes inlaid with special unstamped and soft gold? Barbarians arrive today, and such things dazzle the barbarians. Why don't even the worthy rhetors come like always to toss their speeches, do their stuff? Because the barbarians will arrive today, and they're wearied of fine speeches and public ranks. Why is it starting all at once? This quiet and confusion. The faces, why so serious they've become? Why empty out fast the streets and the plazas and all return to their homes, much a pondering? Because night's here, and the barbarians didn't come. And some came from the frontiers and said, now what are we to become without the barbarians? Those people were a certain solution. Now, how does that strike you? What is Cavafy doing with this whole tradition that I just shared with you about barbarians and Greek thought? Well, that's the traditional work of barbarians, right? And what Cavafy does is he shows that that's the work that it does, right? But with one twist. What is that? Say again? They need the barbarians to exist. How so? Okay. Okay. To feed the ego, yeah, okay. Or maybe to really solve the problems that they as insiders can't wrap their heads around. You have to look at it from the outside. You have some clue what's going on. Right? Now if you were to kind of situate this, let's say, in a place where Greeks are being confronted, Romans were being confronted with those who were not Greeks or Romans. What would a Greek or Roman think about that? It would utterly confound them. Right? Now, why do I read you this poem in a time of war? It's to provoke the question, which is worse? That the barbarians didn't come, or the barbarians did come? If barbarians didn't come, we're stuck in our own shit, right? Because there's no one to solve our problems for us. We're always mired in the same quandaries and dilemmas and infighting. Right? Furthermore, there's no hatred. Yes. But if they did come, what could happen? Well, certainly things could get worse, right? People get killed and houses get burned down, missiles rain down on entire city blocks, and so on and so forth, right? Or maybe they're not as bad. Easy for you to say. That could be. But now, looking back on the inside, what could be bad about that? Well, yeah. the thing is, of course, we tend to think of Russians as autocrats and barbarians in their way of handling the people, right? No press freedom, all that kind of stuff. But in a certain kind of Russian ideology, advanced by Alexander Dugin, we are the barbarians. The West is the corrupting force to their pure Slavic Orthodox faith in Christendom. Okay, so barbarian is an easy equivalency that could be thrown back and forth, but well, I can. Well, I can tell you, I know this is a Gaddafi event and not a Putin event, although it could turn into a Putin event after some wine. Okay, how's that? But what I want to say is that Putin actually hangs out with Dugin a lot. Okay, and there's a certain kind of use of ideology that's going on there. But that's not my point. My point is, what happens if you think you're being invaded by barbarians? Well, you rise up, right? You got to stand up for freedom. You got to, fight to the end for what's right, right? But in the process, what could also happen? You can become selfish. You can be unaware of all kinds of terrible developments that come after war that you weren't expecting. You might be colonized by the U.S. in an economic way. Okay. Now, my time is largely up, but what I want to say to conclude is that Gaddafi is very aware of these false choices. And to show that, I want to read you one final poem. It's from 1901, E fece il gran ritiro, which is a quotation from Dante, whom he also translated as a speaker of Italian among many languages. And here is one version. Okay. For some people, the day comes when they have to declare the great yes or the great no. It's clear at once who has the yes ready within him, and saying it, he goes from honor to honor, strong in his conviction. He who refuses does not repent. Ask again, he'd still say no. Yet that no, the right no, drags him down all his life. The Greek word for drags him down, kataval, is literally throws down. And the word that is translated as right, the sosto, the right one, the right no, can also be understood as the one that is sound and safe and short and intact. Is actually related to the word soteria. Soteria is salvation, and soter is savior. Okay? Someone who keeps you intact, safe, not damaged. And this great refusal, gran rifiuto, that he talks about here, is the one that is diamantine in its refusal of false choices. And I think that's why it's hard to understand Gaddafi. We want to appreciate him over coffee and pastries. We want to say, yes, he was, a pioneer in gay rights in terms of his poetic self-expression, which is true, I mean, he is remarkably unashamed of his homoerotic self. Never apologizes for it, never feels shame, except that for him, the greatest pleasure comes through piercing through all social mores. And it's that kind of abandon, same kind of abandon, I think, that allows him to view history the way he does without any kind of sentimentality or attachment. And which defines him as the one who says no all the way to the end.
Well, Dr. Liu, thank you so much. It was a true honor that you joined us. It was a lovely and lively conversation. I think you all agree with me. I admire Kawafi as well. Not that I can claim I know so much about it. After today, I will learn more. You were talking about hüzün, longing, hasret. Nowadays, around the world is not in great shape, unfortunately. I just want to say that once Keith Flynn said, poetry is what the world wants when its heart is broken. With that, I hope you are enjoying today with full of poetry, art, music, and in this section, we are going to have this time, we will have a poetry potpourri from around the world, which was made possible by Kerry Sister Cities Association and one of festival's greatest sponsors from the beginning. And I would like to invite my dear friend, Michal Lynch, who is the president of the association.
Thank you, Birgil, and thank you for having us out here today. Birgil is also vice president of Kerry Sister Cities, my most stalwart lieutenant. We're also blessed to have some of our board members here today. You're going to hear from some Ken and Karen George later, who had the great opportunity on their endless world travels to see family all around the world, to visit, take the occasion to take an invitation to visit Bandima, which we're going to hear more about later. Also, with relation to sister cities, we're also delighted to have Councillor Jack Smith here, who is our council liaison and has been our sort of guiding light in our efforts over the years. And I want to mention that also in context, and not to hijack, like a barbarian at the gate, your event here today, but by saying that with that sort of guidance and leadership, we have recently been delighted to add a fifth sister city. You surely understand the other four, but the fifth one is, of course, Bandima, which council voted on February 24th, the regular council meeting. Of course, February 24th was also a sad day in world history as well with the Ukraine. We are delighted to have been a sponsor of the Nazim Hikmet Poetry Festival. We're delighted to be able to partner with ATA because of this type of event that they do with great consistency and with the true sense of the town's diverse mission of diversity, insofar as they host it, but they pick an international poet. They have that consistent outward look on matters for inclusion of our diverse community. And they're about to host yet another annual event, the Children's Day Festival, in like fashion. We love it. We love supporting them. And we hope to be tabled near them at the Spring Days Festival, for which I'm still looking for volunteers, to help us with that, again, as part of another wonderful town event that we are all delighted to be part of in this really engaged community. But right now, I'd like to introduce my other board member colleague, Keo Chan, who is going to, again, read us a piece from Taiwan, one of our sister cities. And an element of this poetry around the world, which Virgil and her colleagues agreed to add a few years ago. So, Kyo.
Thank you, Miha. My name is Kaha Chen. I was born in Taiwan. Okay, I'm currently a board member of the Kerry Sister City. I'm also the liaison. I'm trying to be the bridge between Kerry and Hsinchu. After the afternoon of all the excitement, I know the dancing, their music, lecture, citation. I promise, because I saw people trying to arrange for food. Right? So I'm trying to be short. We only have about 50 pages here. But I promise we only do the first 3. All right. All right. So the first one, I'm sorry. Can we get back to the first one? Okay. So this is the title of the poem we're talking about. The poet was about 1,000 years ago. Okay. So he did this. And luckily, I don't have to translate to English, because I found many people that this is a very famous poem. So I find a very beautiful translation. It was done maybe 60, 70 years ago, also by another famous novelist in Taiwan. So about the original poet, Su Si, I believe in your handout, I put a short, a brief to talk about him. Since you guys have a copy, I'm not going to get into that. So I want to show you the first page, because this is the title we talk about, 水调歌头. The title has 2 parts. One is the 水调歌头. In the traditional Chinese poem, there are 3 different forms. We call the 诗, 词, and 赋. So this one belongs to the second form. This is a 词. 水调歌头 is talking about format. There are many different formats, talk about how this poem should be rhymed. So every poem followed that format will name the same, 水调歌头. So the title have the second part in order to distinguish them. Okay. So the second page here, I'm putting, can we go back to that page? Yeah. This is the one I have put 2 parts. On the left-hand side is Su Si, which I believe you will find the same information on the printout. And on the right-hand side is the person who did the English version about maybe 60, 70 years ago. He was born in China, moved around, studied in Harvard, eventually settled in Taipei. He got nominated for Nobel Prize in literature 3 times. So he did a beautiful job. Okay, then now we can talk about the poem. But reading will take me, if I speed up, will be less than 1 minute, right? So it doesn't mean much. So I want to spend maybe a couple minutes to talk about maybe why I choose this one and what this poem is trying to say. We all say music is a universal language, right? What makes it universal, right? It's our feeling, right? We may feel love, angry, companion, passion, everything, right? Poetry, no difference. But unfortunately, language creates a barrier there, right? So what I'm talking about here is try to break the barrier here. So when you guys hear me read this English version, maybe you can feel what the background is, right? What is his feeling at that time? This was done 1,000 years ago. It's in the autumn. It's a festival called the Mid-Autumn Festival, full moon. That's the time usually family try to get together. He has a younger brother, 2 years apart. They are really close. But unfortunately, they are far away. They're really trying to see him. Think about 1,000 years ago, transportation, everything is so different, right? But also think about what we, in the last 2 years, COVID, everything. I usually go back to Taiwan, see my mom every year, so sometimes twice a year. I haven't been to Taiwan for 2 years, right? So we are lucky. Maybe I can try to using a virtual, right, to video to see her. Back 1,000 years ago, there's no such thing. And war is not so peaceful right now. So there are different wars. So maybe we are the lucky one. There's some other people not so lucky, right? So they really away from their family, cannot see them. So in a time, a night with a full moon, he really missed his younger brother. So that's the background there. So he looked at the sky. The one common thing between him and his brother is a full moon. So that's the subject, that's the topic of this poem. Okay, so first is a Chinese version. 明月几时有，把酒问青天。不知天上宫阙，今夕是何年？我欲乘风归去，又恐琼楼玉宇，高处不胜寒。起舞弄清影，何事在人间？转朱阁，低绮户，照无眠。不应有恨，何事长向别时圆？人有悲欢离合，月有阴晴圆缺。此事古难全，但愿人长久，千里共婵娟。Now the English version. How rare the moon, so round and clear. With cup in hand, I asked of the blue sky. I do not know, in the celestial sphere, what name this festive night goes by. I want to fly home, riding the air, but fear the ethereal cold up there. The jet and crystal mansions are so high. Dancing to my shadow, I feel no longer the mortal tie. She rounds the vermilion tower, stoops to silk pad doors, shines on those who sleepless lie. Why does she, bearing us no grudge, shine upon our parting, reunion benign? But rare is perfect happiness. The moon does wax, the moon does wane. And so, men meet and say goodbye. I only pray our life be long and our souls together heavenward fly. All right, I'm done. Thank you.
It says it on the screen, I get to hog your time again. So as I'm from County Meath, Ireland, one of our five sister cities, I was asked to present something on the Irish poet, and I chose something from Francis Ledwidge, and we outlined that in greater detail in the program, who was a young Irish war poet, died in 1917, a few days before his 30th birthday. In 2002, he was selected as one of 12 and the only Irish one for the Imperial War Museum exhibition in London. His poem we've selected today is Screen Crossroads, a very rural area in part of County Meath I'm familiar with, and written by him whilst he was in hospital in Egypt. In 1916, he saw many different theatres of war, and I thought of it in context of what sadly we're seeing in the world happening again today. And to my mind, it certainly seems as a reflex to the horrors of that first great war, its mechanization, and all that they went through. Screen Crossroads. 5 roads meet on the hill of screen, 5 fair ways to wander down. 1 road sings of the valleys green, 2 of the sea, and 1 of the town. And 1 little road has never a song, though the world be fair and the day be long. This is the song of the road the South Road sings. I go where love and peace abide. I pass the world's 7 wondrous things, and cities fallen in their pride. Sunny are the miles through which I stray, from the Southern Cross to the Milky Way. But for all its song is so sweet to hear, it has no melody for my ear. This is the song the sea road sings. When the moon is full and the tide is high, and the little ships in the harbors swing, when the seabirds tell that a storm is nigh, and heave the sailors call, and ho, it is far to my love when the strong winds blow. Oh, the lure of the roads that sing to the sea make my heart feel fast till it breaks in me. This is the road. This is the song of the road to the town. Row by row stand the silent lights, and the music of bells goes up and down the slopes of the wind and high delights. Luring the folk from the valley farms, it pulls down the hills with its great gray arms. It sings its song so low and sweet that once or twice it has lured my feet. But the dumb little road that winds to the north is the dearest road in the world to me. I'd give my soul for what it is worth, to be there in its silent company, telling it over my hopes and fears, with only its silence consoling my ears. Thank you.
Thank you, Keho and Mihal. This time we will have, as Mihal mentioned, our 5th city, sister city of Kerry. And I'm very, very excited about it that the poem is going to be from that region. Ömer Seyfettin, one of the greatest modern Turkish authors and poets, of course. I'm not going to talk more about Bandırma because we have first-hand experience by Georges, Ken and Karen George. We were so very happy they took their time to visit Bandırma. I would like to use a few minutes with them if they can please share their experience in Bandırma. They are my other friends as well. I'm so lucky surrounded by great friends. Ken, would you join us please? And Karen.
Well, having come to this probably at least 5 or 6 times, probably would have been more had it not been for COVID, right? But it's wonderful. And let me just tell you, I had never in a million years or in 6 or 7 years of those of you that I've taught, thought that we'd wind up in Turkey, Bandırma. I'm humbled by the opportunity. We're honored to have been Kerry's ambassadors, but the real credit goes to Nur and Virgil for the work they did to make this happen. They worked tirelessly over the period of a couple of years to make this happen, doing Zoom calls on the weekends, trying to bring us together. What a wonderful reception we had in Bandırma. We've got, anybody here been to Bandırma other than Karen and I? Who's from Bandırma? Or born there, anyway, they've been to Bandırma. So to be welcomed and sit in the mayor's office and share Turkish tea and cookies and goodies and biscuits and whatever it was just so exciting to have been there. And we were excited about the relationship, and I'm as excited now about this relationship as I was when I visited our first sister city, Le Touquet, in 1991 as an ambassador from Kerry then to get our first sister city, which is Le Touquet, France. And I can tell you that my excitement was much greater having been to Bandırma and the surrounding areas. I think I'll just comment that it was expected especially meaningful to me that in ways I never knew I would be meaningful personally. I did major in French at NC State, but my minor, as you would have it today, you might be surprised, was classical Greek. So I read, Aeschylus, Homer, Plato, Euripides in the original, and then I went to Athens for the first 3 days before I landed in Istanbul. Had no historical context that they were really together for so many centuries, that there was this thing. And while there, we got to go see Brad Pitt's horse. To let you know, we got to see his horse. And then got to visit Troas, Troy, Assos. And then we went to all the seven churches meant in Revelation are all in Western Turkey. So we visit all seven of those towns. But I do want to say this has just been such an honor, and we are so excited. Karen and I think I've been to Le Touquet, France a dozen times during that 30 years. Would that I'd live long enough to visit Turkey that many times as well. Just a tremendous experience. And we brought some goodies back. Some of them are for the council and for the mayor. But I just want to show you what a cool thing this is. This is their town seal. I mean, I don't know if they spend as much money as Kerry on getting that together, but what a cool thing this is that they did that's got all these things about Bandrma. It reminds me a little bit of being in Goldsboro, North Carolina, where there's jets flying over all the time, right? They say I heart jet noise when you drive through Goldsboro because I guess there's a base and the F-16s are flying over in formation every day, multiple times a day. The F-16s are going out on training flights or protecting the country on the boat. And then we brought something. This is what was built, the building that was built in Bandrma. By Ataturk, because Bandrma won one of the last battles. Am I getting it right? Of the war in 1922. They won one of the. If I'd have come up in November, I could have gotten that, but I can't remember my mind. But to honor them, he built this downtown piece in Bandrma, and it's still there. And this is a tile. It's got tile. It's made out of tile. So we brought that back to be hung in Town Hall. It's from the mayor to our mayor, so it'll be hung in Town Hall. We'll have something always here from Turkey. And she's right. That's good. Got this little guy. I think this was from the Chamber of Commerce. They gave us this little guy to go in the Town Hall somewhere. So we got this, and we got several.
That little guy is Mustafa Kemal Atatürk.
I'm sorry. I couldn't read it. I couldn't read it in Turkey. Yeah, it's a big guy. It's a big guy. It's not a little guy. He's little here, but that's right. And then she's, for those of you, we love this idea. Now, this tradition was made for COVID, right? You go into somebody's house, and what do you do in Turkey? What do they spray you with? Cologne. And what's cologne got a lot of in? Alcohol. So we got the alcohol sprayed on our hands. I thought, this is cool for COVID. So we've done this for centuries. So anyway, we got some bottles out by the table so you can spray and share the perfume. The scent. Thank you so much.
Now it's time for a poem read by our friend in Bandrma, Kevser Ruhi Hanım, and followed by our friend Münevver, to be read in English. Thank you all.
Doğduğum yer. Buralardan çok uzakta bir köydü. Beyaz, billur bir derecik. İçinden hıçkırırdı sevinerek geçerken. Kenarında vardı birçok söğüdü. Ben işte bu söğütlerin susmayan gölgesinde büyümüştüm. Evimiz tenha idi. Ne yabancı ne bir iz. Bahçemizdi yakındaki o orman. Bir ses sevin derdi gülen rüzgarda. Sevinçlere yoktu orada nihayet. Sanılırdı bu ses gümüş dallarda. Görünmeyen bülbüllerin öğüdü. Doğduğum yer, doğduğum yer. o cennet. Buralardan çok uzakta bir köydü. Ömer Seyfettin.
Münevver, please. Thank you. Münevver Oktay. I thought you were gonna talk more. Actually, I'd rather be singing than talking. I'm really excited. I can't talk properly. How I ended up here, I actually volunteered. Not to read this, but to read the CD from Kavafis in Turkish. I've been dying to do it, but I ended up with Ömer Seyfettin. It's a big serendipity because it's resonating with my middle school time. Everyone knows the first sentence of his story. Ben Gönen'de doğdum. I was born in Gönen. It brings me to the middle school, really, in my birthplace by the Black Sea. And it's been like struck in my memory. So now, after 4 years, I'm really excited and honored to read his poem. Thank you, Buket. My birthplace, a village quite far from here. A clear white stream gurgled as it passed joyfully through. Weeping willows dotted the riverbank. Under the never silent shadows of those willows, I grew up. Our house was secluded, with neither a stranger nor a trace. Our backyard, the nearby forest. A voice would whisper, "Rejoice," on the laughing wind, and rejoicing knew no end there. That voice was the wisdom of invisible nightingales. On silver branches, we imagined. My birthplace, that paradise, a village quite far from here. Thank you.
I know everyone's been here a long time. It's been a long, rich, wonderful day, so I'm going to cut my introductory remarks a little bit short. We're excited to have Eduardo C. Corral here. He's kind of like the Lionel Messi of poetry. And as just like Messi, who knows how to play with his teammates and make them better, you're going to hear from his 3 students today, Jamal, Rabi, and Anu, and see how he's got them working on the pitch too. In an interview, Eduardo said that he might rather be a visual artist than a poet. You know, he likes that canvas, the palette, the sensory-rich process. And in a conversation I had with Dorian Lux, his friend and colleague, we decided if there's a multiverse, probably in one of them, he's a Smurf spending his days drinking Chablis and eating wedding cake. Luckily for us here, though, he's a poet, and he's a very fine poet. And he's actually similar to Nazim in that both poets are rooted in their historical moment and personhood. They're accessible, but they're also expand to the existential. When I think of Eduardo's poetry, I think of the fine crafting, these lucid imageries, the sharp lineation, and voices both his own and imagined. But it's not just craft. There aren't many poets, and there may not be any, who can begin a poem like this. In 10th grade, I kissed the guy who called me a faggot once or twice a week. I still see his voice, 6 hummingbirds nailed to a wall.
and 4 dozen lines later arrive at what a saint said about God, I believe about luminous, a circle whose center is everywhere and its circumference nowhere. So thank you for the blessing of Eduardo and his students being in this universe with us today.
Thank you for that lovely introduction. Can you hear me? This microphone, wow. I think first contact from outer space might come through this microphone as I speak. I'm going to read just 4 poems, and then each of my students, 3 of my students are going to read 2 poems, so we could enjoy the intensity of lyricism, and then go outside and enjoy the intensity of food. I was born and raised in southern Arizona, so the borderland is very important to me as an individual and as a poet. I write about the interiority of immigrants, migrants, about the borderland itself. This first poem is a persona poem, a voice not my own, not my experience. It's a Border Patrol agent. All you need to know about the voice is this, a man in his late 40s, Mexican-American, Border Patrol agent, of course, working in southern Arizona, where I was born and raised. Border Patrol agent. Summer is a puta. I park beneath branches, crank up the AC in the Jeep. I hate the rear view mirror. It makes me look like my father, chaste and singed. Last week, beneath a sky Walmart blue, in a clearing full of bottles, sneakers, teepee rolls, I found a body, legs gnawed to the knees, barbed wire tight around the throat. I remembered graffiti on a boulder. God is always hungry. Sometimes, with binoculars, I watch wild horses hurry through the heat. Once, a yearling stopped mid-gallop and collapsed into a bed of coals the rain could not extinguish. The radio is always crackling. 6 wets sighted on infrared. Need a spick speaker stat. I only speak Spanish with my father. He often mistakes blue parakeets perched on the stove for gas flames. Last July, far from Tucson, I found a rape tree, torn panties draped on branches, the tree a warning, a way for smugglers to claim terrain. Lightning climbs a hillside like a stilt walker. Rain strikes the windshield. I think of my wife asleep on her side, breasts pressed together as if one were dreaming the other. Her womb empty, my dick useless. There are things I just can't tell her. Sometimes only body parts remain. They're buried in baby caskets. The second book is titled Guillotine. This is a title poem. A lot of the guillotine is unrequited love. What happens to that energy, that desire, that force that can be returned to you? So in other words, another happy book of poems, right? Guillotine. The scorpions always arrive at dawn. Gently, their pincers touch the cuts on my lips. I clutch the edges of the mattress, stare at the mirrored ceiling. My mouth opens, but no sound staggers out. The scorpions, dark green, dank, reach in, pull out a razor blade under my tongue. 2 scorpions, a razor blade, slowly, in unison, without letting go of the metal, they move. A little guillotine making its way down my body. I remember dragging my thumb through his beard, coppery and difficult. The scorpion's paws tilt the blade, a threat, a reminder. It's my task to stop yearning for as long as it takes them to carry a blade across my skin. My thoughts swerve from monsoon storms to accordions to pecan groves. The little guillotine starts moving again. I begin to sense the enormity of my body. the blade high in the air for now. This is a 14-line poem that refused to fuse into a sonnet. So I love hate it. So titled Sentence. I crawl back. He unpacks his tools, oils the wooden handles, rinses the metal. Fragrant his thighs, fragrant his sneer. Coy and eternity inked on his skin, an ecstatic blue, a bewildered green. Some wounds are ovals, some wounds are opals. The ears of a white wolf pivot toward the moon. I flee now and then, alone in the desert for months, a nomad in a kimono oppressed to gather dust. Beautiful his throat, his words even more beautiful. It's my turn to ask for a bit more. He likes it when I bleed, strangers once. Gently, he hammers gold into a sentence. Gently, the sentence enters me. I'll end with this short poem, which took me the least to write for the second book, and it tends to be people's favorite poem, which annoys me, quite frankly. All right? The poems you spend months and years crafting, they don't even know they exist. Questions for my body. Why are you nocturnal? How many cathedrals have you entered? Has cruelty ever saved you? Do you remember the length of his thumbs? Isn't that enough cake? Have you ever soaked your feet in gasoline? Do you still fear the virus? How can you sleep in this heat? Is that a soul patch? Did you laugh or cry at Keith's grave? Have you been claimed? Gracias, Jamal.
All right, how's it going, everyone? Thank you so much for your time, your energy, your ears, and thank you, Eduardo, my peers, my wife, who's here. I'm not accepting an award. I'm just sorry. I just really appreciate and love these folks. There's no way I'd be able to put this work together without this important group, and so. The two poems I selected are actually from my thesis, which I will be defending on Wednesday, barred any meltdown. So thank you. So yeah, so my work focuses on my life in South Florida as a child, my identity, my parents, their relationship, their marriage, and subsequent divorce, and more fun stuff like Pokemon and video games. So. This is my first poem. It's called Blue Jays in Miramar. Reaching past burgundy signposts, pointing east to An-Nur Mosque, blue jays sing for black boys on vacation. And the swelling of music rattles their small and new bones. Shrill azurite motifs beckon like a wrench between the sun and a place calling. Dinner for baby blue jays is a quiet worm, shoelaced licorice, keeps a boy inside. Memories of that soft blue beam tapping on the paned glass door for a piece of sunset. Second one is titled Playing Basketball with Your Mother's Stepson. What does a spring afternoon know about black light in the daytime? Your sister said the boy had been looking out the window forever. He sees you in the doorway of his stepmother's home. He's spry and lanky, in need of a haircut. Assalamu alaikum is what brothers in a masjid say. Wa alaikum assalam. He directs you both through Morrisville, but you knew these empty courts already. The ball he brought had its orange worn down to white, and you wonder if the kid could play. Gwendolyn Brooks said that we are each other's magnitude and bond, but what does she say of two sons? Separated by a three-point line in the shade of yellow poplar that wants to sway you from beating this boy. Your mother packed him 2 bananas, and the knot in your throat reconsiders the 2 ass whoopings you dealt. Moments ago, before your back gave way to 30-year aches, and the boy's sweaty palm plastered your nose on accident. Thank you.
Well, hello. I'm going to try really hard to not be loud, so I'm going to stand away from this. My name's Anu Foster. I'm going to start by thanking you for your time. I'm so immensely delighted to be here with the poets who I know and cherish so immensely. So thank you for this opportunity. My first poem is I wrote in an attempt to converse in my head and to imagine a space where it's possible for all of us to be together. Against erasure. Everyone I talk to births a different version of you. You could always pick the sweetest sugar cane from the pile. No, they were pomegranates. You left after partition. You made it. No, you did not. I look like you. No, I probably do not. Yours is a pixelated image in my head, always under construction. Between misremembered facts and well-intentioned fiction, only 2 details remain static. You saved my barber from the current and listened exclusively to Muhammad Rafi, peak fangirl behavior. I too am fluent in the language of obsession. I picture you sitting in a crowded cinema, the July heat forgiven as full shiny lovers on green hills mouth Rafi's words. I picture your shrine to his newspaper cutouts on an African wall. Was his voice a door or a key? Or perhaps he did not need it to be either. Rafi sang roughly 5,603 songs, which is a claim I refuse to look into, which is to say I have roughly 5,603 chances to hold you close. Listen, wherever you are, whenever you're ready, there is a window in my ear. On it still sits the radio from where Rafi and I croon the 2 lines I've never needed much translation for on Ulega Biljistin for me, Kika Akmi Bin Hoga. Okay, I lied, it's just me. Rafi was unavailable, and it's more of a croak than a croon. And if you lose your way, I too have never been particularly good at geography. Please look for a face that's a shadow of yours. Maybe if you're comfortable and not too tired, you can talk, skipping the pleasantries. My hands in your hands, us, kin, reunited after being lost for a brief moment. This second poem is my attempt at a ghazal, which is one of the first literary traditions I inherited growing up in a South Asian household. It's called Lost, because I write about something. Sunday brunch mimosas drench your throat, reeking of loss. Let's recount all that was signed over and gambled to loss. Your new bride, a country, smothers your hands with lavender-scented soap. No marriage will ever never cover the funk of your loss. As you leave yourself in the gilded mask you don't believe in, your tongue a captive standing all alone in the desert. How carefully you collect three languages, nothing quite hisses, slithers, and shapeshifts like moths. Margie feeds you a third of the here. All you have to do is loss. With us, Jalem still nourishes the hand that carved the border on her back. You, the river, her namesake, peaceful with this inheritance of loss. Thank you so much. Now it's my immense privilege to call upon one of my favorite living contemporary poets, Rami.
Thank you all for being here. And thank you to Vidasa for that introduction. I picked this first poem to read. This is kind of a cool full circle moment for me. This poem is about spending time with my grandfather in his garden, and he actually spent the end of his life in an apartment in Chapel Hill. So I have a lot of fond memories coming to Cary on the weekends and going to get groceries at Around the World Market and lunch at Udupi Cafe. So this is a great place for me, and yeah, I'm gonna start reading. This poem is called Corners or Edges. Everything living and everything dead has corners or edges, even Massachusetts, sandy loam. This is your responsibility. Every shining day, sunrises come, reminders. The rain comes, a reminder. Time turns earth steadily, no rushing allowed. A gardener should do the same with a spade. Caravans of ants map the veins. Good gardens carry blood, soul. And I will make you pancakes only after you see every magnolia graft is buried tight. A squeak of the screen door, almost burned butter, and that voice swings out. Hey, Babu, Nati, the icicles are hanging on. Be extremely careful with your toes. And this next poem came to me when I was looking out the window at the pouring rain, which is for some reason always an image that brings me to the page. And I think in writing this, I was really thinking about what the rain means to me. And the conclusion I kind of came to, and the conclusion in this poem, is that I think the rain is one of the original things that tells us it's time to go home. So, 20 seconds until rain. A human in a dead sprint, looking directly up at the sky, sees themselves moving faster than most planes, but slower than all the birds. A storm cloud puts on Nani's silver hoops in a rush. She's late for temple. Inside her belly, no sparkling wine, no 7-Up or Metamucil. Just Pani. 21 worms lift themselves out of a mud puddle, straighten and knot into 3 pink bows. A boy deciding what to do on Saturday reaches into the murkiest puddle by the gutter, pushing against broken bottles to pull out a flailing perch. He grips the fish tight to look down its throat, sees rows of wood beams and throws it to the concrete, hard enough to crack its spine. He's made his own little clap of thunder. A baby in a stroller asks her mother for pani as it starts to fall on her shins. Her amma smells drops moan in the distance like prayer. She herds family inside. Here, a flood means pig shit might wash all over the town, coming from the bright chemical pink pools. Rain is the one thing I know that makes the news more than the president. Ants pile onto a wet corn chip like a life raft. they get capsized in a gust, like what somehow never happened to Columbus. The 7 wasps that live in the 2-inch space inside my bathroom window huddle into their driest corner. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Eduardo, Jamal, Anu, and Ravi. I feel like this year Poetry Spotlight is what it should be. From Richard's introduction to each and every one of you. Although it has been a long day of poetry, I could sit and listen to you longer and longer. We really appreciate that you joined us today. Thank you. But we need to end today's festival sooner or later. So it's my honor to introduce Jack Smith, Town of Kerry Council Member. Jack Smith.
I know what you're all thinking. It's all out there. I know. But I'm a politician, so I have to say it. Before I give the town greeting and everything, I just want to say a personal note, just how moving the parts I saw today were. I'm just so proud of Cary being the diverse city that it is. You know, we have over 60-some nationalities and clubs. And I think what separates us from so many other communities is the fact that we have this fabric of diversity that pulls us all together. Some of you may not know, but I was born in Germany. I had citizenship in 1967. So, you know, we've got even on the council. You know, it's not a poem, I guess it's more a saying, but as I was watching all of this and thinking about all of this, the saying that came to my mind was from Helen Keller. And it was, I yearn to perform a great quality performance. I look around and think about that's what I see. Part of what makes us a special place. All of you perform part of the Turkish Association, you're part of Sister Cities, you're part of all the other not-for-profits. I'm so proud of you. I just wanted to share that on a personal note. And now I'd like to share with you some comments from the town. On behalf of my entire town council and the over now 180,000 people who call Cary home, and it's my pleasure to be here today and celebrate with you the Poetry Festival. I didn't see when I came in if any of the council. Okay, thank you. You know, I am the longest serving council member in Cary's history, and have been blessed to also be liaison to our Cary Sister Cities organization. And I'm very excited about this new partnership that you've been celebrating all day. So one more time, let's give a hand to our adoption of Bandırma, Turkey, as our newest sister city. I think, you know, a lot of our communities around us, we've actually learned from them. So we now have 2 that are non-Eurocentric. We have Sichu and this one. So I think it just kind of celebrates. And I suspect as we continue to grow, you're going to see more pop up very quickly. You know, I have been involved in all of the adoptions of the sister cities, except that first one in France. And, you know, I will admit, I do have a bias, little bit, not much, but a little bit, for our Irish sister city. And part of that is my wife is from Connemara. She's sitting out there. She won't raise her hand, but she's back there. So we have that international background, and I just want you all to know that. And you know what you did to get Ben Dermot was just fascinating. You did all of this during COVID, and the whole idea of the persistence, the tenacity forward. And I just think that is, again, another statement of our communities that make Carey. This festival is known for uniting scholars from across the country with poetry lovers here in our community and across the nation. And after a 2-year break, it is great to have you all back. It's great to see all the different artists today, not just poets, but artists. And the town of Carey really appreciates the long-lasting relationship with the American Turkish Association, and it is honored that together we can offer the citizens of our community the opportunity to celebrate the Turkish culture through art and poetry. We are just so excited about all this. I've got about 5 more pages, but I'm really seeing a lot of eyes out there, and I'm getting very nervous. So I'm going to just kind of go to the end here and just say, look, events like this help keep our community strong. It's what makes us who we are. And, you know, it's a way that we get to know the values and the experiences and the talents of each other. We heard that so powerfully in a lot of the poems today. Our events and partnerships with nonprofits are just tools that we have in a community to promote this diversity and to promote all of the ideals that are near and dear to us here in Carey. These partnerships are not government initiatives. That's a key point. They are people-to-people initiatives, and we are so grateful for those relationships. So again, thank you for letting me be part of this, and close it, and that's it. I'll cut the other pieces off, and thank you all for being here today. Thank you.
Well, I have more, but no, just kidding. I know the smell is like a magnet. 2 announcements. Children's Day Festival of Carey coming up. Same, well, diverse organization. It's targeted to kids, but aren't we all young at heart? I think you don't have to be a child to enjoy that. Please do come there. I will be on the stage, but anyways. 3rd, it's a Saturday event, 11 a.m. to 5 p.m. It's a free event. You only pay for the food if you want to. Everything else, crafts, everything else is free. Concluding that, I'm gonna thank, we will clap, we will do food. But before that, Cronus, if you're here, stage is yours now on. And thank you, Devin. Thank you all the volunteers, all the sponsors, and thank you all for being here today. Thanks, everyone.
Mustafa, ya Mustafa. I'll figure it out. You know it? Yeah. Cronus. C-N-I-S. Because I'm affiliated with them, do you have a Man, that's what I was looking. I just wanted to give you the address. You can call them because again, I'm affiliated with them. I cannot do anything on Thursday, Friday, or Saturday. Because contract. I have a side contract. So Sunday, like today, say Tuesday and Wednesday. Thank you very much. Backset, backset. Birbirinden uyar şunu. Dolmadas. Those are the old songs. Those are the old songs. I'm trying not to play any of the new ones. Okay. Yes. Bravo, bravo. Nanti cuma berdua, kalau itu sentuh orang keluar mata. Yang pasti kan, nanti sama dia. Ya, soal itu. Ada tempat sucian orang makanannya. Tahu itu. Ini kalau mana? Tahu. Nanti. Oke. Kalau terlalu disepek, pinjam. Sambil nanti